Start recording. Let's see if this works. Okay. This is a co-working video, which means it's messy. It's all over. It's not even on topic half the time. So read this, understand it, pause it before you continue. You've been warned. What are we going to do today? Well, first of all, I have some news. I'm happy to announce that I am now actually running Linux Mint Desktop again. My favorite Linux distro for the desktop. Always has been. I've been running it since... Oh God, I want to go back to, I want to say at least 2000. No, probably 2004. I was running Fedora up until 2003 or so. Yeah, 2004 or so, I started running Linux Mint Cinnamon specifically. And when I ran my business at SkillStack, I had Linux Mint on, dozens of machines, and I installed it, helped kids as young as 9 years old install it on their own machines. It is rock solid. I will do a video about that. So that's something I promised to do. Those of you who have been following me know that I've been Windows on the desktop and been making a big deal about Linux desktop sucking. And I'm happy to report Linux Mint Desktop does not suck as much. It still has crazy, weird quirks. Like yesterday, my desktop crashed. I decided to use a different desktop manager for no reason at all. Every single time I reboot, I have to redo my displays and reorganize them because it never gets cached or saved anywhere. We had a number of problems yesterday trying to get KVM to work with pass-through GPU, and ultimately I was able to get my favorite game, Zwift, to work using VMware Workstation. So once again, I could not throw enough money at VMware for saving my favorite game, my favorite Windows game on Linux. And really, that's the strategy. I mean, I've used that strategy for years. When I started SkillStack, I was Linux only, and we had GameMaker. We taught game development, and I put GameMaker on into VMware with GPU pass through, and was able to play Dota. It was pre-Linux days for Dota support, but bottom line, running Linux as your base OS and then running VMware are very reliable desktop type of virtualization application like VMware Workstation is worth it to me. VirtualBox is abysmally bad. I compared it to a venereal disease yesterday. Don't use it. It will ruin you. I really believe that. And you've been warned. If you use it, maybe it'll work for you. KVM was fantastic. I loved it up to the point where I had to have 2 GPUs in order to run my game. You do not have to do that with VMware. And it's funny because the whole time I was going through KVM, I was like, is that a requirement? Or was that? It turns out that VMware has a thing called virtualization, which allows you to share a single GPU across 3D applications. And so I was able to still do hardware encoding, using, NVIDIA drivers in OBS, which I was really worried I was going to lose, as well as run my Zwift game inside of Windows 10, and I can save that everything. It was really great. So I have never been more convinced that VMware Workstation is worth the money. VMware Player at running, Windows Server, or I'm sorry, Ubuntu Server or Linux Mint or whatever, is going to be my standard recommendation for a very long time. That was my standard recommendation for years, almost a decade. And I kind of went off of it because of the whole, we need to help people understand how to connect to Linux using Windows, which I still believe. And that, and you never get a chance to use, Linux on your desktop. Who cares? This is my house. I'll do what I want. Thank you very much. They can control my laptop, right? They have so much control over my laptop at work that I heard about it through my manager when I used Pastebin to copy a long URL. Yeah. I used Pastebin and curl from the command line to pull down an ultra long URL, and I got reported to security. Can you believe that? And my manager and everybody, they all told him, oh, it was nothing. He was just using it as a way to cut and paste. But just using the curl program got me reported. So the idea of installing anything on my work computer, and including a Linux VM of my preference, or a workspace container or something like that. The idea of using my computer using anything other than what it came with at work is no longer something I want to do, because my company, like so many other companies, are cracking down on what they let you run. Not just the fact that you have to be on a Mac or a Windows machine, but they are like, I had to tape over my camera and everything. I was like, these people are spying on every single thing I do there. And if you do anything out of place, they'll put you on some list someplace, and you'll end up, so God help you if you were like to try to run an SSH tunnel so you didn't have to, use their system. I don't know what it was. I don't know what. They did say curl was an application that flagged it. So curl got me flagged and pastebin got me flagged. Both of them. So apparently using curl is people who use curl use it for nefarious purposes. And I mean, I don't know what to say about that. It reminds me of the kid who got sent to the principal's office because he opened up a Mac terminal while he was bored in school and connected to SkillStack and started working on his projects. He was just writing Python code. The kid saw his screen. He saw it was like green screen and everything. He goes, "Teacher, so-and-so is hacking." He had to go to the principal. I'm not even kidding. That's a true story. I'm very happy to report he's fine now. He's doing crazy, amazing things. But he will have a story forever to tell that he was sent to the principal's office for hacking because he used the terminal on a school computer while he was bored. His school was horrible. What do I think about NixOS? I think NixOS is really awesome. I just don't have any interest in it. I don't. I think it's cool. I think people should continue to use it and practice using it. I don't want to waste time with it. I think it's great. I think it's great. But I am done experimenting with Linux operating systems unless I am building a distro for some reason. And like, for example, I started building a hacking distro on Arch. And I was building out the Arch tools that I wanted. I hate these Kali and Parrot and stuff that give you all the stuff. I don't like that because I don't want to use all of that. I want to build my own toolkit. So for that kind of thing, I would do, Arch is better than Gentoo because you don't have to compile your own stuff, blah, blah, blah. So Nix might be the kind of thing that I would use for a hacker. If I was going to build a hacker distro, I might use Nix instead of Arch because of the way that it, deals with profiling. So you can maybe have multi-users on it, and each user could have their own separate profile depending on what kind of thing you want to do when you're hacking. I mean, it's cool. It does have some possibilities, but I'm not. And who knows? I might build. I mean, I got a ton of stuff to work on. So, exploring yet another Linux distro. You got to understand. I've been around. I've seen distros come and go and come and go and come and go. Nix is definitely interesting, and I think people should play with it. But not me. That's all. I just want a stable distro that's not gonna screw up my life anymore. And Linux Mint has been that distro for me since the beginning of using it. It has never once done me wrong. Every other Linux distro I have ever used has screwed me over in different ways at some point in its lifetime. Usually at the point when you have to do the upgrade, but not always. Sometimes just because. And sometimes because you can't read anything. When I started Susie Mandrake, I loved it, but I couldn't read anything. It was all in German. I was like, okay, I can't use this one then. If I can't use the installer. That's since changed. So there are great distros. I don't want to have a distro war. If you want that, go make comments on DistroTube. I mean, somebody who actually made an entire YouTube channel just about distros. Yeah. Different things for different people. I would never be that interested in distros that much. I'm more interested in producing value. And there's lots to do there. What else are we going to do? Oh, hey, look at this. Oh my God, I am so happy. I'm so happy to have Linux Mint back on my desktop. I cannot wait on Saturday to show everybody what you can do with research and be able to pull up pages that have JavaScript requirements with one button press while you're doing text-based browsing. It's going to be so cool, and you're going to see me do it today a little bit, probably. Crusader from KDE. I hate KDE. I lived through the KDE GTK war, and I will never recover from it. Much like people constantly jumping programming languages, they're learning programming. Yeah. Yeah, people like to talk about all the different things, but then they don't do anything with it. I suppose we need people to research it and curate things, but I get the distinct impression that nobody goes deeply enough to, to do that. Why do I have a Go directory in my top level? Oh, that's why. Good. I was gonna say this can go away. Ha ha. Permission denied. Why is permission denied? And why do I have a Go directory at the top level? Do 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 do. I should not have it. What does my Go path say? This probably got created before. This might have been created before I had my environment set up. Yeah. If I have to do LibreOffice, I do. Yeah. I don't ever use Office apps. I haven't opened an Office app for any purpose whatsoever in 5 years. I have no need. When I do spreadsheets, I use Google because Google lets you use JavaScript to code your different fields. It's really great. I love it. You can also, did you know, did you go, I mean, you can say a lot of bad things about Google, and yes, they have, control of all of my spreadsheet data, Google Sheets data. I actually made a project for this. You can go use it. I used to use a Google Sheet as my database. It's super cool. I even accessed it from the command line. Um, and I used it to back a whole bunch of websites and stuff. You can take a Google Sheets spreadsheet, and it automatically comes with a queryable API. So if you're doing mashups, like and you're creating apps out there, it was so great because I could just add a new person and I would fill in the fields, and boom, they would automatically be populated. It is such a great replacement for like a full blown Postgres or something like that. It is really good. I really love it. Um, I must have done something with the Go install. I don't care though. I'm going to remove it. So there. I don't know why it doesn't think it can remove it. That's very odd. I must have done something. Go version. Yeah, we're still there. We got it. A backup of my host. What are you talking about? My VMware stuff? Yeah. This I can't back up because this is my desktop. Which, um, I've seriously considered making a VM that I SSH into that I can snapshot. Um, but I'm not going to do that. The reason I'm not going to do that is because it's not integrated with X. I'd have to go to some length to I guess I'd have to mount the X server and stuff like that. Live CD or gparted on USB. Live CD and gparted. Just clone the partition. You always have a working host. Yeah, I mean, look, that's worth looking into. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that you couldn't even think about on Windows. The idea that you could have a running backup of your current desktop PC. Yeah, that's cool. I not today, but let's definitely look at that. There's a lot of things that I still have to. Oh God, 24 hours. My Pomo is like so sad. My Pomo, it's so sad. There we go. I actually need to fix some things here. Z Pomo. I forgot. There's some stuff I have to change on it, and I can't remember what it is. I never remember this. Um, Prefix, Pomo warn, duration. That's been re-edited already. All right, so we need to do Pomo started. Yes, Pomo interval 20 seconds. Oh, we don't want an interval. I want this to be nothing. Pomo warn 2 minutes. Yeah. And we need an extra space here, don't we? There we go. Remind me to do that. All right. So my Z tool is back in the house, which I can't wait to finish that. It's like it's my monolith. Um, what was I doing? Okay, so we're trying not to get distracted here. Um, scripts ls-lg scripts. Oh right. We are going. Okay, so this is actually the goal for today. So we are going to be working on the SSH. Um, we're going to be working on SSH tool, and we're going to be doing some benchmarking on SSH connection pooling. And we're going to use the existing client really quickly to get that benchmarking done. We want to do the benchmarking as fast as possible because I have to prove that pooling a connection, pooling and caching the connections is faster than reestablishing a TCP/IP connection every time. I mean, it obviously goes without saying, but we don't know by how much it's faster, percentage-wise. So we're going to set up a benchmark test to compare those two, and um, we're going to see about that. And then we're also going to potentially consider multiple concurrent connections to a single TCP target. And so basically 3 or 4 client connections and keep them in a pool and then round robin our requests against those different things. So we're just bringing up sessions on each one concurrently. And so we want to do, there's some fun stuff we want to do with SSH. And I already have an SSH module created. And I have a branch that I was working on. But I am about to work on the same existing branch. So gh repo clone SSH. I already have a client. This client actually still has a small bug in it. If I remember right, I think this client still has a defer bug in it, which we'll probably find today. I'm pretty sure that when it runs it, it does not. Right now, the run command, the run method makes a connection, and then it gets rid of everything. So, yeah, there's no defer in here anywhere. Yeah, I need to go look up. There should be a defer in here someplace, because what this is doing is it's making a new connection, and then it doesn't close the connection. Yeah, and I think that we need to have. I actually think all we need here is a defer right here. Let's see. Dial starts the client connection to the given SSH server. Is convenient function connects to the given network hours. Then sets up a client for access to incoming channels and requests. Use new client connection instead. For access to incoming channels and requests. Interesting. Dial starts the client connection to the given SSH server. This is a convenience function that connects to the given network address, initiates a handshake, and sets up a client. Yeah. Network dial. Yeah, I'm just thinking. See everybody. Yeah, I'm trying to think here. I think this client has to be. Yeah. I think. Oops. I think the client needs to be. Why is it doing that? Oh. Client. Here we go. Client connection. Implements traditional SSH kind of supports sales sub-processing, TCP stream local forwarding, and tunnel dialing. Dial returns the client. New client. New channel. Requests equals channel. Oh, what is the request? Client dial. I think the request might be for it to do something on the. like a new, ouch, a new session. I just got a little cramp. I still get cramps in my legs, but I'm intrigued here. Handle channel open. I want to know what's going on with the channel here. New client. I don't have any interest in it because that's not immediately relevant. Open telemetry is cool and all, but it's not. I don't need it for work or anything. New client. Equals. Why does this have this? I don't remember seeing this one. New client creates a client on top of a given connection. What is with the channel though? A new interface accepts a channel creation request. It returns the channel and a Go channel containing SSH requests. The Go channel must be serviced, otherwise the channel will hang. What is a request do? Want reply payload bytes type. Oh, can you send an SS? This is exactly what we were going to build. Request is a request sent outside the normal stream of data. Request can be for specific to an SSH channel. They can be global. Yeah. Where are they used though? I mean, what's the point? Payload. Anyway. We need to defer here because we need to close the connection. SSH client? Well, we're wrapping an SSH client, but we're making a client that has cached connection pool. I'm doing, as I saw research there, I was like, I wonder if this is doing it already. So, go SSH multi-host client. So that's our client. Crypto. Common cryptographic stuff. Crypto SSH. There we go. So I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. New channel. I don't remember the concept of a channel inside of the SSH client library. So I want to read about this. Transport security protocol. However, the multiplex nature of SSH exposed to users that wish to support others. Level protocol is a remote shell that is specifically implemented. Package does not fall under stability premise. Stability promises of Golang. Discard requests. What the hell is that about? It's got to be a handler. Yeah. Discard request consumes or rejects all requests that are passed in channel. What I want to know is what possible requests can you use? You know what I mean? Thanks. Thank you. So, let's see. The reason I'm running down this rabbit hole is because there's a possibility that the crypto SSH standard library already has multi-connection management through, and that to invoke that you would open up a client, and then send that client different requests over the channel, which is I really want to make sure I can look down. Oh, thank you for the sub. And I need to read more about this. This is not documented very well anywhere. So it just the first time I saw it. So normally what I would do is a dial, right? So right now, let me just go over the process for myself and others. So when you want to code an SSH without using the command in Go, what you do is you create you call dial, right? And dial is the fastest way to do it. You call ssh.dial, and um, you give it the network address, um, and its address, the network. I think this is TCP or whatever. You give it a big long client config, that has all the key and information and stuff in it. That was the hardest part, actually. It was getting that to be correct. And that's why I actually wrapped this all up in a function called run. I have my own ssh.run, and it takes this information as a single command line argument. So you don't have to do that. And then it gives you back a client that embeds a connection, a TCP/IP connection, and an error. And you have to remember to shut that thing down. And I have a bug in my current code that does not do that. It leaves it open. So one of the first things I want to do, and I've already closed that at work. We closed that 2 months ago or something at work. So it's a similar client base at work that does this. And I just need to look at that code and see where I put the defer. I can do that any time. But while I was looking at that, I noticed that here it says use net.dial with new client connection for access to incoming channels and requests. And I have no idea what that means. So what does it mean? What does a request even mean? Is this an SSH thing? So I'm looking for that, because rather than encapsulating this dial thing, maybe it would be better to encapsulate, calling new client con, setting up the channel, exposing the channel, and then calling that.dial on that, or before, to get that. So there's a possibility that this is relevant, and that's why I am looking at it. So when you call new client connection, you give it a network connection. This is a TCP/IP connection object. You have to instantiate yourself. An address, same thing with the client config, and this gives you a con. What is that? An SSH.con, which is the thing that gets embedded in the client. So this doesn't give you a client. Very interesting. This is a new client connection. So when you do run, you get a client and it embeds a connection. And in this particular case, you get the connection outside of the client, so you can build your own client, which is kind of interesting. So it gives you the thing you would normally embed as a return value. And then it gives you two channels. It gives you two channels. One with a request, establishes and authenticates the SSH connection using C as underlying transport. The request a new channels must be serviced or the connection will hang. Must be serviced. What does it mean to service a channel? I don't know. This is interesting. This is new. New channel is an interface, that we know. An interface is just a struct that implements a number of acceptable methods. Accept, reject, channel type, extra data. Accepts the channel creation request and returns the channel and a Go channel containing the SSH request. The Go channel must be serviced, otherwise the channel will hang. Rejects the channel creation request. Channel type returns the type of channel as supplied by the client. Arbitrary payload for this channel supplied by the client. This data is specific to the channel. New channel represents the incoming request to the channel. It must either be accepted for use by calling accept or rejected by calling reject. I kind of get the feeling that this is an interface that lets us define our own requests. You know what I mean? Hey, hi. I feel like this is kind of cool. I have to think about this. This allows us to define our own structs that contain the work, that trigger a particular type of work against the channel, and we just have to be sure to implement the new channel interface. I can see a universe where it's quite possible that the crypto SSH library, allows the creation of prepackaged SSH requests that can be vetted and stuff as structs that implement the new channel interface. So, and that, if that's true, that is absolute gold, because then the only way we would need to make our own domain-specific language to talk to our SSH multi-host client is create a number of things that implement the new channel interface. And the logic for doing stuff could be in there, right? And I think that that's why that there's two of them. So I think that the reason that there's a new channel is this is incoming requests and this is outgoing requests. See the pointer? This is outgoing. I think this is incoming requests and outgoing requests. And the thing that's just so stinking cool about that is, well, does this have access to the actual client? Accept channel request, blah. What I want to know is, where does the work get done with SSH, right? I mean, could accept, reject. So, okay, so this probably doesn't have all the stuff we need in it, because this is just triggering the work of something else, right? So in order to do the work, it would probably have to have more stuff in there. And I think that's what the other one is. The request and new channel must be serviced or the connection will hang. Must be serviced. What I want to know is, how do I write stuff to the IP to the channel? Right, I know. It's probably, that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking it probably doesn't block. Yeah, that's cool. We're not doing anything with that though. We already have a connection established. So, what the thing I still don't understand is, how do I get? Where's run? I get the sense that when you do a new client connection, that you have to write your own run method, right? You see what I'm saying? Because, and how would you do that, right? So the new client connection would give you I get the sense that you would need to embed this, not embed it, but you need to call it to, and then that would give you the pieces with which to do the SSH stuff, right? And inside of the body of the method that calls new client con, you would then you would then implement code that accepts an incoming channel and then answers an outgoing channel for requests. Basically, it's the way to this is kind of a middleware plug, a middleware hook, because you could wrap it because that's what they do, right? And that's what they tell you. They tell you if you don't want to use like the run method, which does both of those things, then see See, but run gets runs on a session, right? So what I want to know is how do I get a session? If I can get a session, I just don't even know if I can. New client. New client creates a client on top of the given connection. Yeah. There's the request in the channel. What was the thing I was going to do? What was the other one? A dial. Yeah. SSH.dial. That hands off all this stuff to you. So dial gives you a client. Starts the client connection to the given SSH server is a convenience function that connects to the given network address, initiates the SSH handshake, and then sets up a client. For access to incoming channels and requests, use dial with new client con instead. That's interesting. I want to know where the session abstraction sits in all of that. A session abstraction is something that runs a single shell execution. So, yeah, I don't think this is working. I think we should probably stick with dial. I've run it down enough. Dials is at the level that we need. So, because then within dial you have, I mean, that's going to give us a client, and then the clients are the things that we're going to pool, right? Those are the things that we're going to cache or we're going to pool. So what we're going to do is we're going to change our client to when run is called to cache an internal pool of at least one TCP/IP client connections, SSH.clients. And if the built-in SSH.client is either unresponsive or nil, we're going to instantiate a new one, and then we're going to cache that. So anytime anybody calls run against a particular host, it'll reuse the same client that we already initiated, and that should be a maintained open connection. The problem is that when it goes to do it, if it gets an error, we need to see, we need to trap the error and reestablish a connection over a certain amount of time, or hand it off to one of the other hosts, because we have multiple hosts that are in our group. So health check and go templates. SSH health check and go templates. Yeah. The example from docs. I mean, let's go look. Do. And package SSH from client and server. Example dial. Yeah, read file. Private key. Yeah, I did all this stuff already. There we go. So there's the dial. Gives you the client. Yeah, and there's the defer client close that I forgot. In fact, that reminds me, I need to put that right away. Before I do another thing, I need to add that back. I'm glad I looked at that. That is the bug I have. I have a bug. Yeah. I forgot to do that. I just simply forgot. That's all I did. I did not follow the example right here. I should have, because I put the if error equals nil. Yeah. Yeah. Defer. Now, the current system is going to close it off, but we actually don't want to close it off. We're going to add it to a thing, right? So this is going to change, but for right now, just to fix it from being broken. Close. So that's a fix there. Fix I don't think I locked the main down yet on here. Nope. Okay. Terminal web browser. Which one? Oh, we're going to do a whole thing on that on Saturday. 2 hours of stuff. Also on YouTube, and go look at it. There's a skillstack.io. We're going to do research from the command line terminal. We're going to do links, W3M, ChatGPT, and how to integrate graphics browsers into your text-based browsing when you don't have JavaScript support, stuff like that. It is links. Yeah, I use links. There's lots of videos in my thing about it if you want to go look. I have like at least 3 videos on YouTube about links. But we're going to cover it in depth in the Beginner Boost on Saturday at 11 o'clock. Yep, links and W3M. They're both pretty good. Links slightly edges out W3M for me, even though it's older. Again, we're going to talk about that on Saturday at 11 o'clock here on rtbxrob.tv. I'm sorry, did I say 11? I think I meant 2. We pushed it back because it's hot. At 2 p.m. Yeah. 2 p.m. Saturday. All right, so public key callbacks. This is what interclient communication. Client config. Net.tspi new client connection. Oh, here we go. This is kind of what we're looking for. Oh, you can't use... Yeah, GHauth login does not work from the command line. No way. I wish it did. It does not. I have to always go over there to a graphic browser and type it in. There's just some things that OAuth does not play nice with links, for example. Bearer token, it isn't... because I don't think bearer token gets persisted. I think that's the problem. I can't prove that, but... That might actually work better with W3M if you're interested. So here we go. They actually make their own TCP connection, and they call, rather than calling SSH dot dial, they call new client, and then they pass the connection, they pass the host, and they pass their configuration object, and they get, they're doing that so it doesn't yell at them, but they're throwing away the connection, not using it for any reason. Banner is a function type used to treat the banner sent to the server. Banner display message, cert checker. Not going to look at any of that right now. Authenticate. Check certificate. Yes, all this stuff is irrelevant. That's all taken care of by the other stuff. That took me a long time to figure out. Oh, seriously. There's 2 things that are the same type, but they're still not compatible. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it is so annoying. So here's the channel. Read, write, close. Close, write. Send request. It sends a channel request. If one replies true, it will wait for reply and return result as a Boolean. Otherwise, return value will be false. Channel requests are out-of-bound messages, so they may be sent even if the data stream is closed or blocked by flow control. Nice. If the channel is closed before a reply is returned, EOF is returned. It doesn't say how many items are in your channel buffer, so you can max out how many. That's interesting. It returns IO standard writer. A channel is an order reliable flow control duplex stream that is multiplexed over SSH. I almost swore. That's really cool. That's exactly what I was looking for. A channel is an ordered, reliable, flow-controlled duplex stream that is multiplexed over an SSH connection. That is like really cool. We were talking earlier before, we were talking about trying to do with a higher level abstraction of dial, right? And there's client.run and there's client.login. And when you do client.shell, you can pass one line at a time as an array, and it gives you this big standard input buffer, but you'd have to create some sort of delimiter in order to know when the stuff coming back is done. But what I'm looking at here, this is exactly what we want, because you would get one multiplexed request with a payload for every. This is exactly what we want, because that would encapsulate a single request to basically send a line to the currently running login shell, and then you could wait for that response. And when you get that response, you could actually deal with it. The advantage of that, the bottom line of that, the advantage of that is that not only could we keep a concurrently open TCP/IP client SSH connection, which is what we're working on right now, but we could also keep a concurrent open shell session instead of reinitializing a new session every time, which is what I was working on doing right now. We talked about this when we were doing the original design. If this is true, the latency would be 0, because you would be literally, multiplexing requests in logical groupings rather than. I was afraid we were going to have to do single, strings or something, because it's just going to open the correct, the direct stream flow. But if you have a channel, then every request that goes in hits the shell as a single command line, and then comes back, and it gets populated with whatever its response is and comes back. So there is your separation. There's your separation. You would have separation between individual commands to a specifically open shell session. Concurrently open shell sessions easily. You just open up, in this particular case, you get, we kind of did this in my Excalidraw already, but you can have, there's multiple levels of optimization here. So right now, what it does is it fires up a TCP/IP SSH connection to a target host server, right? And then it adds on a session, which is an instance of a user logging in. And you can have multiple sessions per connection. And each of those sessions, I'm now seeing, can have multiple channels per session. And the channels are what I'm thinking they are. They're equivalent to specific lines of entry into the shell. So you send, I want to send all of this to the shell, and I want to get everything back from the shell that's been opened, right? So at the most brutish level, you open up a TCP/IP connection to the SSH client target. It opens up a session. You send one command. You buffer up the standard output, and then you close the whole thing down. Do it again. That's what we do. So every time you do it, it's as if you were SSHing from the command line for every single time you want to do a command. And that is perfectly fine. And that's what we want to bootstrap. That's what we want to benchmark today. We want to benchmark how fast is that versus opening multiple sessions against the current SSH connection, and then how fast is that versus multiple lines sent to the same connection and the same session that's been initialized. So that's all. Kind of traditional export shell subprocess TCP ports, blah blah blah. Worded tunneling and dialing. Dial gives you a client. Let's see, an SSH client is represented with a client connection. Yep. You get your auth method and your password. Fix host key. Dial out yourself. Dial up your connection. Don't forget to close it out. Each client connection has support for multiple interactive sessions represented by a session. So you can have multiple. It'd just be like if you logged in subshells or something. And then you do run. Now run is the best of these because it takes one command, input and output, and then captures that as a single logical thing. And see what they did. They passed that out there. See that? It passed session.std out. So you're guaranteed that when run finishes, that if you read the string at that point, it will not have been corrupted with other output, which is important. Yeah. Yeah, and then so we have a new client. Then we have this. This is kind of interesting. So the one that gives you the new client directly lets you have access to the underlying channel, and I want to see how they leverage that. That is really cool. Yeah. Dial. So it gives you a connection that hasn't even been dialed. So dial connects to the remote host run which TCP, blah blah blah. Why does this have a dial, and it has a connection here too? Into the address from the remote host, the resulting connection has a 0 or remote address. I don't understand why that seems redundant. Handle channel open. Oh, so you can put a handler in it. Oh, damn. Oh my God. Handle chat. This is what they're doing. They're sending every single incoming request to the handler. This is exactly what I was talking about. So handle channel returns the channels on which new channel requests for a given type are sent. If the type already is being handled, nil is returned. And then you make up your own types. That's what's so cool, is you can make up your own types, right? The channel is closed when the connection is closed. Listen requests the remote peer open a listening socket on address. Incoming connection will be available by calling accept on return net listener. Listener must be serviced by this connection in That's how you would do tunneling. Yeah, damn. That is so cool. This is the equivalent of like an SSH dash S, I think it is. Which one is it? The one that requests that it open up a tunnel. This is opening. This is saying, "Hey, SSH server, open up a listener over there so I can backdoor into you." That is so cool. I had no idea they exposed that functionality. That's super cool. Dial. Oh, we already saw this. Interferl.close. Request remote side to open port 8080 on all interfaces. Holy shit. There's so many cool hacking things you could do with that. Yeah. I wonder if it would background it. I think it probably would. You know what I mean? Icicles on the ceiling now? It's a serve HTTP or serve HTTP with your SSH server acting as reverse proxy. Remember this? Hackers, pay attention. There you go, right there. There's how you open up a reverse proxy using SSH. Yeah, obviously, you'd have to get access to an SSH server. Oh, that is so cool. That's beautiful code. Yeah. That I did not know you could do that. That is so cool. That means that the built-in native SSH, it's actually not native. It's the closest thing to it, though. It's X/crypto. Everything in X just means it doesn't have backward compatibility, promise. That's it. That is so cool. That means you could actually fire up a server remotely and have it listen to all your incoming requests. That is like really cool. There's so many cool things you could do with that. I'm kind of getting distracted by how cool that is. Listen TCP requests a remote peer opening a listening socket with L address. Listen on the Unix socket path. That's a local Unix socket. It's different. That's also cool though. Session with the client. Session is remote execution of a program. Huh. Yeah. A session, it says program, but it's actually a string. It passes a string straight to the shell. That's a little bit of a misinformation, which I happen to know because I ran into it. It makes it sound like it's like a sysexec. It's not. It's a remote execution of one line of string to the currently open shell session. Yeah. Unless, well, no, it's not. You can't see new session. I don't well, is it I might have that wrong because I think it might be session dot shell. I think you can get multiple lines. I don't remember. It's hard to nail it down. Timeout, time duration. Between client structures using blah 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 config. Set defaults. Send request. Enters the water plays through, returns a blah. Oh, damn. So it looks like the payload has to be an SSH specified string or thing of some kind, payload in bytes. Oh, that sucks. That means we can't make our own. Yeah, it looks like it's a predefined thing. It looks like it's a some sort of packet that's been defined for SSH communication or something, as opposed to just a line that you could make up your own. Yeah. Yeah. Open channel. SSH connection both server and client. Connection is the basis for implementing application layer. I was just going to say an application layer, such as ClientCon, which implements the traditional shell access for clients. I think what this is saying is that the SSH server doesn't necessarily need to implement a connection that runs the interactive shell, or even one command on the shell, like the -c option or something. Yeah, so you would have to implement the application layer at that point. Yeah, but you could do that. You could do that with your own channel and everything, but you'd be writing your own application layer, and that's a lot of work. I just thought it was cool that you can do it. Authenticated SSH using underlying transport. The new request channel must be serviced. I don't even know what basically the stuff that the request stuff that's traveling on the channel is defined by an RFC that is application level layer IP stuff. So that is not, I'm just going to make up my own representation of it. It actually is that, but you'd have to have the server know what to do with that thing as well. So that is just an abstraction that they provided. So the server itself is implementing it by sending the command to the login shell. And I think we would have to do something on the target server side if we wanted to implement any other customization. I don't know. So, a secure context for GSS API. I don't need that. Yeah, there's a bunch of really cool stuff you can do with SSH that can call out to get authentication to different runtime sources, as opposed to just grabbing your SSH config or whatever, your keys. That's what a lot of that stuff is, which is really cool. If you have like a certificate or a key provider that you want to keep running dynamically, you can do that. There's some good use cases for that. Accept reject channel type extra data. Message. Message missing. Just a bunch of errors. Public key. I don't want to go. This is the one that sucks. There's like multiple things to implement public key, but they are not compatible. Boy, I learned that the hard way. Yeah, and because when you call parse authorized keys, it doesn't work. Yeah, there's some weird code in there of mine that gets around that. Parse public key. Request. Reply. Okay, so let's get back to, we're going to do the benchmarking. Server config struct. Auth callback. Nothing really more here to see. Starts a new connection with CS underlying transport. It starts a handshake, and handshake successful, closes the connection, returns an error. The connection will hang. Which error must be of type server auth error for authentication. Interesting. Oh, we have an example. This is interesting. SSH server config. What? Oh, this is a server. Yeah, we're not doing a server. No, we're not doing a server. Oh. Wow. So they have the regular server listener, and they also have, I want to listen, I'm making a listener backdoor server back service listener request. They have both. Okay. Well, they'd have to, because they couldn't make servers without it. That was an SSH server, by the way. If you want to implement an SSH server into your microservice in addition to whatever you're doing on port 443 or port 80 or whatever, you can do it. Combined output, session, request PTY. PTY session, which is really cool. You can actually use this to hand off a PTY if you wanted to have like a full-blown terminal interface, as opposed to just a command line. SSH crypto callback, dial up the connection, get a new session. This is the most standard way to do it. You get a session and enable to create a session. Oh wow, this is handing off a TTY. I didn't see this. SSH terminal modes, echo, speed of, holy cow. This is handing off a full-blown connection. Like a terminal connection. Wow. That is cool. Okay, so session.run. This is the most common one. It runs a command on the remote host. The remote server passes command to the shell for interpretation. Yes. A session only accepts one call to run, start, shell output, or combined output. This is super important. When you call shell, it just hangs around, and you can continue to send stuff to standard input, and you continue to buffer the output in this error. Output and combined output are just different variations of shell. If the command runs, has no problems copying stuff out, and it's there with a 0 exit status. This is a problem because if for any other reason you close down, it's hard to determine the return value. It only gives you a. This is actually kind of problematic. Because you can't get the return value unless it's non-zero, in which case you have to distinguish it from other non-zero results. So you have it's a little bit harder to tell whether it's a missing error, you had some other problem, versus the return status was non-zero. So that can get problematic. We've gotten because sometimes we want to get the return status. We want to see the actual return status from the command. And yeah, so here we go. The error is of type exit error. If the command completed unsuccessfully, which means if it returned anything but 0, or is interrupted by a signal, the error is of type exit error. Other error types may be returned for I/O problems. So you got to if you're going to do this, you have to be really clear on that. If you care about the return code of the thing that executed. It's generally a good idea never to depend on return codes. That's a perfect example of why you wouldn't want to do that. As opposed, and then just looking at the output, but you don't always have that luxury. So, send request returns an out-of-bound channel request. Oh, I don't remember this. What? I don't remember this. Sends an out-of-bound channel request underlying the session. Well, I want to send a request, but what's it going to do? Name, want reply boolean, payload. Boolean error. This is exactly what I want. I think it's just taking a byte load. Why is it taking a byte string? It's just gonna pass that entire byte string. But there's this out-of-bound channel request. Yes, this channel underlying the session. But how do I get the answer back? I guess there's nothing. I guess it'd probably be. There's got to be a session channel. There's got to be a struct of this thing to read. Isn't there? Yeah. See, here's the easy stuff. Output, it just runs it on the remote host and returns a standard output. Boom. You don't have to buffer it, right? If you want both of them, then you have to do your own buffering. That's the takeaway from that. This combined one is horrible because this is like jams standard error and standard output into the same byte string, which is totally stupid byte slice. You never want that. Session represents a connection to remote command or shell. Contains filter and export to fields. See, the session doesn't have. I don't understand it. This out of band channel thing. That must be some way to communicate with the SSH server in order to tell it something about the underlying subsystem that you're doing, whatever you're doing, without it impacting standard input and standard output. I think I might be misunderstanding what's going on there. That would make a lot of sense, actually. That would make much more sense to me. So that's all that is doing. It's like, hey, I want to sneak in. It's like it's not, but it's like an ANSI terminal escape, right? It's not a part of the input or output, sort of. It's just kind of ignored. I imagine that's what send request is. It's like, hey, I want to change the state of my SSH session here, but I don't want to screw with my standard input and output. It's like sending a meta message, an administrative message to the underlying or to the supporting application, SSH application layer, without it affecting the current session, so to speak. I think that's what it says by what it means by out of band channel request. So this is just me not understanding SSH. It sounds like the SSH server connection does a bunch of really amazing application layer stuff, and the communication of commands to the shell and their standard output is just one of those things, and the rest of them are all predefined by SSH. So probably for most SSH servers, and so that's not something I would want to reuse. At first, I thought maybe I could, but I don't think I can. Set env sets an environment variable with the applied command shell. Shell starts a login shell remote host. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. This one will start up a remote host connection, and the session only accepts one call to run blah, blah, blah. But when you start up a shell, it'll hang around, and then it'll continue. You keep piping stuff to standard input, and that stuff goes straight to the shell. And it will buffer and return stuff straight to standard error and standard output until you stop, which means you have to have some way of telling it to stop. Like after you've sent all your commands, you wait a certain amount of time, but you can't even be sure that you're going to get all your output. And that's something that I find makes the shell command not very useful, because you could pipe 5, 6, 7, 8 commands, and you have no guarantee that those commands have completed unless you know that the commands that you're calling have a specific type of output, because there is no it does not shut down. It returns an error, but it only returns an error if it couldn't send the commands or if it got terminated early. Um, it doesn't send an error if one of those commands had an error. Only run does that. So that's important. Signal sends a given signal to a remote process. Shit. Sig is one of type sig constants. That is super cool. I didn't know you could do that. Start runs command on the remote's host. Typically, the remote server passes command to the shell for interpretation. A session only accepts one call to run start or shell. Oh, I see. That doesn't send back any. The only reason to use start is because you don't care about standard output or standard error. That's like, okay. Output just returns the standard output. Combined output returns both of them. Shell opens up a persistent connection that then you have to close explicitly on your own once you've been watching the input come in. And run sends the command, keeps the error and output attached and buffered, and then only returns when what you passed completes. And when that completes, you can now safely buffer the standard error and standard output that came out of that. And that's why we use run for everything. All right, so this is good. I'm glad I did this. This is a really good confirmation. I'm doing it right. Standard pipe. Standard pipe returns a pipe that will be connected to remote commands. Standard error when the command starts. Interesting. There's a fixed amount of buffering that is shared between stud out and stud in. If standard pipe reader is not service fast enough, it may eventually cause a remote command to block. Yeah, that's true. Standard pipe returns a pipe that will be connected. Now, see, I don't do any of this. I use a byte writer so that I get buffering automatically as fast as possible. Again, confirmation that run is the right thing to do here. Because then what you do is you attach the standard error and standard output to a buffer byte reader, and then when you call run, it has unlimited ability to buffer, which is good and bad, right? I think there is a way to set this. I think there is an inherent limit on it. I mean, it is, but I mean, depending on what you're calling, it could be denial of service because you could call out to something and then that thing could just keep writing forever and fill your memory up. But that is, I haven't hit that yet. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but yeah. Waits for the remote command to exit. The return error is nil if the command runs. I don't know why you would do this. Has no problem copying center and exits with 0 exit status. Return error is nil if the command runs. Has no problems copying stud in stud error. And exits with non-zero. I can't imagine wanting to use wait. Run automatically waits. I want to say that run automatically waits. If the remote server does not send an exit status scenario type exit information, blah, blah, blah. I don't think you have to call wait on run. I think run does that automatically. Window changing, no, we don't need that. Signals, signatures, signer, new signer, parse private keys. These are all things that we don't need right now. Exit status. That's interesting. Exit status remote command. Type wait message. Does wait return a wait message? That would be a reason to use it if it works. Nope. Forget that. Terminal modes. Message returns the exit message given to the remote command. Yeah. I'm going to go back. I want to look at run one more time. I want to make sure that it waits automatically. I'm pretty sure it does. Run. Run. Okay, so run runs the command on the remote host. Typically, the remote server passes command to the shell for interpretation. Session can only accept one call, blah, blah, blah. Return error is nil if the command runs. Has no problems copying, etc., and exits with zero status. That is literally the same language from wait. So internally, I'm going to prove this. Internally, I have a strong feeling that run is calling wait. I can't prove that, but I have a feeling that's what it is. I probably could go look at it right now. If the remote server does not send an exit status scenario, type exit error is returned. If the command completes unsuccessfully interpreted by a signal, the error is type exit error. We already know all this. I mean, that language in the middle is almost exactly the same as wait. So the only other thing we could do there to prove it would be to actually look at that. And here's the code we're using. So we're using the good old dial. That gives us a client. And down here we kick off a session. So we can go look at session. And we can look at session run. Where's run? There's run. And we'll look at that. Run, here we go. There, see? Set error, set out. Run wraps the SSH session run command. Oh, that's mine. Never mind. That's a different one. Let me see if I can find the right one. Yeah, we need new session. Actually, let's do wait, what is the what's the command to look up the source? I forgot. What's the command to look up the source? I can't remember it right now. It's not star. Star searches. I don't use it all the time, so that's why I want to know. I know it's a vim command. I use K all the time, and that usually gets me what I need. I actually want to go look at the source code for a particular thing. I want to jump to the source code definition, and I forgot how. Going vim, jump to source code definition. You got to go forward and back, and I can't remember this. This Alt J, no, God no. Is it Alt G under a function opens a context? I don't want to do that. I don't remember how to do it. Arg. I was going to put that in my tutorial too, and I guess I forgot. I think it might be documented in my Vim tutorial. Yeah. Info clone. I think it's one of my issues here. Add GD formatting. There it is. GD and C right bracket. That's why, because it's a Vimism. That's why I forgot about it. All right, so that was good. I found it. I had it in my things. Okay, here we go. So GD. Go to definition. GD. There we go. See that? And then you do control right bracket. Definition success. Had to return. How do you go back? I don't know. I don't know how to go back. Wait. Control whatever. Vim go definition success. How do I go back? How do you go back? Is it Control O? It's O, right? Oh, it is O. Thank you. They don't go together. Yeah. They don't go together. I gotta put that in my Z. Wait. 'Cause, 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 'cause Z create. Because this is relatively. I've been doing this for a long time, and I have never used that because of BIMism. Go to a source code definition and back in Vim. GW. Oh, GD. Go to a definition. And C control O. Go back. Right? Should I make it a table? Should I make it a fancy table? I'll make it a table. Yeah. I'll make it a table. It's a fancy table now. Yeah. I don't know what's up with my Z. It's not committing. My program's busted for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. There's some reason it doesn't. I don't know why. It's not working. I have a bug. What else is new? All right. So anyway, GW or GD, new session, open channel session, new session. Hey, Ghost of Cat, how are you? Control. I kind of want to make it something that's a control command because it's annoying to have to do. I mean, there's such different commands, you know. It's not intuitive. Let's do. We need to find if run has a weight in there, right? Yeah. There it is. Okay. That's the one we want at GD. There we go. So, start. Wait. I called it! Yeah. I called it. It's all it's doing. And see, read the source, Luke. Because it's doing exactly what I said. I think there's a weight in here somewhere. And now we know. Because we read the source. All right. So, that's good to know. Because I was like afraid it wasn't going to wait around. And now I know it's going to wait around. So... So, yeah, I'm going to take a break so I can reset my Pomodoro timer. I'm 57 minutes over my time. Here's some music. I'm going to walk around so my legs don't get all inflamed and panic my wife. My wife thought I was going to die last night. She was scared. So, we'll take a break. So we've been having all kinds of fun talks during the break. Let me reset my Pomo. Z Pomo start hour. There we go. And... actually, it should be. Why isn't it auto resetting? I need to set it. It's in. I gotta set my Pomo so that it set resets. Was it Drayson Warren prefix? Pomo help. I think it's in this one. No, maybe not. Oh, there it goes. Delete interval. Set the duration length to whatever. Set it to, oh, wait, there we go. Pomo auto reset hour. I don't know if it's in this version. We'll see. Pomo auto reset hour. Ah. Oh, no. Well. I'm going to change my zconf to use Pomo again. But now it's using zpomo. I'll make it use regular Pomo. Yeah. And reload my configuration. There it goes. Wow, look at that. Pomo init. Pomo init. Pomo start hour. Pomo delete interval. Pomo set. I need that to autocomplete. Var edit. I'm going to put a space here and a space there. Yeah. GitHub, com, or make sure I need to just do something really quick. TD Pomo. I need to make an issue here. Please add Linux R to the build. Oh, okay. AR64, add official release automation. Yes. Make template package private. Timer output with 20-second timeout always on. Returns for. I got some issues here I got to add. So, issue, what was I just doing? I don't remember. Delete interval edit. Oh, add space after default emojis. Submit. I just need to remember to change that. Yep. And anyway, Pomo auto reset hour. All right, there we go. So then at the top of every hour, it'll reset, and it'll give us a big warning. We do probably want to add a warning earlier. I want to have like a 5-minute warning. So at the top of the hour, I can take my break, and then about 6 minutes. That'll be as soon as it starts doing the warning. We'll do that. All right. So enough of that. Yeah. Tiny and 8 monoliths instantaneous. Oh damn. All right. So we're back to SSH, and we're doing things here. So the main goal I have right now is to do some benchmarking about the different connection speeds, and we need to set up that test. So let's actually write some. Let's make a directory. Make directory. Benchmarking. Benchmarks. Benchmarking is a form of testing you can do with Go, and I don't know that I necessarily want to do it with Go. So I don't know. We'll just go ahead and do this. Benchmark comparative testing. So with a lot of this, I think we can do. So I've been asked by my peers to do some testing here. So we want to see. So we have different scenarios. One of them is how do I put this? So I'm just going to put the bullets here. Separate full let's see, one command per connection. We have one command per session, and that's really it. Those are the two things. There's actually another one here. Per session, we have one command per connection pool. And then we have one command, let's see, per cached connection. So we have multiple we have a scenario where it's just like SSH, right? Same as using SSH from the command line with arguments passed to the target server shell. This is exactly the same as that, right? We have one command per session. So same as using SSH to log in to an interactive session and the problem is that this isn't really the same, right? And restarting a shell on that connection for every command. There's really no comparison to this because we would have to like exec, in a subshell and restarting a shell on that connection for every command in a subshell. But that would be basically the equivalent. Is subshell a word? Apparently not. I'm going to make it a word. Then what do we have? We have one command per cache connection. And there is no equivalent from the command line here, right? So on first command initialize a connection and reuse that connection for subsequent sessions. Restoring the connection if it drops for any reason, which it will. That's something we have to do, is we have to recover the connection. And the connection pool, which is, so initialize a connection pool per target server and randomize which connection gets each command, restoring lost connections when they break or timeout. All right, so there's a lot of stuff. Hey, Brelin. Samaria, how are you? And so there we go. The main one I need to test is this one, because this is what we do currently. And it's hard because we gotta build a lot of pieces to do this. And if we're gonna do a true test, it should probably. There's a whole bunch of variables in this testing that can get in the way. So do we want to set up a test on different stuff, Legs are better, actually. I'm going to do some dancing tonight. Yeah, they're getting better. The swelling's all going down and stuff. It's really good. So, thank you for asking. When we're doing the target server shell thing, I don't know how we can get a reliable test, because if we run this SSH connection on the same host, we'll have variance in how loaded the CPU is, just like you would have with any benchmark. But if we try to fire up a bunch of remote, SSH servers running containers or something, or virtual machines on my server back there, um, then we'd have to deal with network latency issues between each one of them, right? I mean, in a big enough sample size, we could get a pretty good a good comparison of the performance changes. Um, so I don't know. I think I've just talked myself into doing the test on the same host, because the variation is going to be in the speed of the TCP/IP connection, and the real question is the speed of initiating a TCP/IP connection to a local host internally without having it go out to the internet or to the local area network, is that real, or is the Linux IP stack doing some magic that makes it a unrealistic kind of thing? I mean, there is a packet traveling, right? It's just traveling across the IP stack. It doesn't ever hit the wire. So what I'm wondering is if that's we're going to be testing performance. I mean, I assume that whether we do it locally or we do it remotely, that variable would be the same between these two tests, and therefore that's not a factor, right? So I'm pretty sure that means we could get away with doing this test on the local machine, streaming and everything, all the other noise that's going on for this testing. Or I could set up the test on a server where there's very little noise. There's nothing going on over there. There's just some Podman instances running, but that's not an issue. And that would be the proper test, right? But connecting to a local SSH server that's running on the same local host is not going to impact the testing at all, because if I did it to a remote server, it would also be the differing factor between the control and the test would be the same. All right, so we can go ahead and do that on a local host. It would just be great if we did it on a nice, quiet local host. And I don't have my connection to my remote host set up right now. I have to go log in and disable and re-enable password login, because I just installed Linux Mint. You're looking at Linux Mint now, not Windows. So it's virtually impossible for you to tell the difference, because it's the same terminal, same fonts and everything. But I think, okay, so we've got what we want to do. So now we need to write some benchmark code and go, and we can just pull down the example code, or I can just reuse the run command, which is probably easier, actually. Yeah. I mean, I can probably use the benchmark tester in this too. I mean, hell, I could actually, I could probably, you know what? I haven't done it in a long time. I haven't used the Go benchmark stuff. I need to remind myself how to do that. Why do you keep saying open telemetry? It has nothing to do with any of this. So, okay, so if we do, I mean, let's just start with some stuff. VI, is it benchmark? I don't remember how to do it. Golang has built-in benchmarking, but I don't remember how to do it. Yeah, and I have to remind myself, so let's go look it up. Here we go. Main prime numbers. There's the thing they're going to test. Return primes, this prime, testing. Here we go. Benchmark prime numbers. Where are they putting this in a main? Oh, main underscore test. Prime numbers. It has to be in the same package. Okay. Yeah. It does. It has to be in the same. I like to test the benchmark for placed in something file. With the testing being media and specified number of iterations. Yeah, running a benchmark. Okay, so I forgot how to do benchmarks. I gotta go back. You know what let's I mean, I don't know. Or I kind of It needs to be in the same. It needs to be in this because it's going to use reflection in the same package, so it has to be up here. But I want to put my notes someplace. So how do I do that? I think you could just do benchmarks underscore test, and it will test whatever. I don't think it has to be SSH underscore test. I don't think it does. I don't think so. I don't know. I show below test benchmarks. I mean SSH. God, my brain's frying on stupid stuff. I'm using SSH buffers, which you should never do. I mean, Vim buffers. Never ever depend on Vim buffers. Super stupid. Don't do it. I just did it. Don't be me. Oh, skull and crossbones. Oh no. This is my big old comment here. I'll fix that later. But we can't have that. All right, so I don't remember the syntax. Benchmark prime numbers function. Benchmark. I'm going to steal this. I am not proud. All right, benchmarks prime numbers. This is connection monitoring. Benchmark run. That's what we're going to do. For N and B prime numbers, we're going to do run. SSH.run. Do we have example tests in here? Yes, we do. I don't know if this is going to work. Because I don't know. Oh, no, it will. It will. This has got an underscore test, and I think we can still do it. I think we can still do it. Yeah. Language monitoring, yes. Run. SSH. Undefined num. You can say that again. Not enough arguments to call to run. All right, well, let's figure it out. Hey, look, there's documentation because I wrote it. Target string. Localhost. Localhost. What else we got? We need... Wait, shouldn't I be able... What's that other thing y'all love to do? Yeah, I need... What is... It's a... I don't do it ever. I want to be cool like you and start using completion. What is it? It's control G something. I can't... What is it? Well, how do you do completion? I don't use it ever. Yeah. I don't ever use completion. I just look it up. I need the U key, the H key. I need to make keys here. Yeah. God damn. Okay. Let's see here. Is it P? No. I don't know what it is. I can't remember. Localhost. Localhost. User key, the host key, and let's see. User at host : port. Private PEM user key. All right, so user will use Arabic Rob at localhost : I don't know, 30, about 9001. I'll put a SSH server. I gotta start an SSH server for this. I mean, I don't really have to. I could do port 22, right? Do I have SSH server? SSH localhost. Connection fuse. What the hell? Oh, I don't have SSH on here. I'm gonna have to install SSH server. I have to do that anyway. Sudo apt install open SSH server. Super secret password. Don't look. Don't look at my super secret password. Anyway. Systemctl. CTL status SSH is running SSH localhost. Yes. I love that password is on by default. I love that. Else. There we go. All right. That didn't take too long. Control P, Control N. Really? That didn't work for me. I mean, I'm probably doing it wrong. Control P did not do anything. Bum 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 bum. U key, H key, we all key. Command string and input. Command string. What should the command be? Which should the command be? Ls? How about that? How about echo? Echo. Echo. Hi. Hi there. Echo hi there. No semicolon terminate the line. This is go. And there's implicit semicolon insertion, by the way. So, check yourself. Implicit semicolon. If you want it, you can type it. Seriously, you can. And Vimgo will gladly remove it for you. U-key is not a thing. Okay, I'm going to make it a thing. I'm going to make it a thing. Yeah. You know what I really don't like? I don't like this big gray bar here. How do I make that go away? It's my ale. Setting color of margin in ale. Is it ale or Vim? I have to fix that right now. Oh my god. It's driving me crazy. How do I change the color of the gutter? The gray part. This is how you change the Vim set. But I got that answer pretty quick, huh? That was a pretty fast answer. Highlight sign column. Sign column. Well, there you go. Damn, I got that answer in like less than a minute. Because internets. I'm so proud. Highlight. Where's all the highlight colors? Wait. Let's go look for some other stuff. Here we go. Set color background. Make gutter less annoying. Highlight, which is also just high. Sign column, dark gray. Let's see if it works. Shall we? Damn it! Highlight. It did not work. I protest. I think we're getting overridden. What if I make it black? Black, how about that? GUI background. Why would you put that in an example? Oh, no wonder it's screwed up. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is just unacceptable. This, C term BG equals black. How about that? Oh, that's better. It's better. We're not quite there yet. We need something even better. Even better than that, we need it to not be a thing at all. I want it to be the same color as everything else. I have to have this. I'm sorry. I'm so obsessed. How about I just do none? None. How about that? Oh, God. I have a feeling that's it. Yes! That's exactly what we want. No ref check. Unrepeatable comments. It's just like a lone skull and crossbones reminding me that I suck. That's exactly what I need. I love it. Danger. Undefined Yuki. That didn't take very long, right? Although, now that I made that change, I do not ever want to forget to save my changes. Look at all the shit stuff I've changed that I have not yet done. Just give me a second. I told you it's a co-working stream, which means there's lots of like random shit stuff. Update, install Podman. Yes. Oh. I'm such an idiot sometimes. Get status. Wait. Get diff. Links. Oh, God damn it. Did you know there's an airline called Lynx? Yeah. I did that. I did a search on Lynx the other day. It was there. It was really cool. Yeah. Oh, yes, I got to make this change. Oh, God, I really have to make that change. Git commit -r. Change external links viewer to Chrome. I don't want to hear it. You can put whatever you want in there. Someone else says, use Chrome. Ew. Yeah, use something else. I want to hear it. Git diff. Gutter. Yeah. All right. Git commit -r. Whoops. -m. Disable ugly gutter color. Git diff. See, this is what I have to do. If I don't do this, it's just not going to happen, you know? Install KVM. Yeah. Yeah. Git add. Git commit -m. Add install KVM. Git push. There you go. You can find that at github.com/artifactsrob/.files or dot. Either one. For your dot files enjoyment. Now it's all saved, and now if I blow up, I can, still go use it. I am always constantly changing my dot files and forgetting to commit them. Can I just say? I do it constantly. It's a bad habit. You should just commit it when you make the change. Ugh. So you don't ever get surprised. Anyway, Yuki. This needs to be a PEM file, and I don't know where to put it. Benchmarks don't end up showing up anywhere else, so we could probably... if I put it here, it's going to be kind of make it hard to read. Let's just make it a constant. Ukey equals... Wait. Const ukey equals... And we'll put a PEM file here. Yeah. And we'll do that for HKey too. And I have to go get that. I don't remember how to make those, so I'm gonna have to make it. Yeah. Not enough arguments. Oh, input. We need input. No stand-in for us. We'll have empty null input. Byte value and type argument to string run. Oh, well, I'm very sorry. I am very sorry about that. There we go. Oh, now you're going to complain. Really? Why are you complaining? Constant type byte. You can't have a byte slice? Are you kidding me? Fine. Fine. Well, I can't. What do you mean I can't use a... Oh, my God. All right, fine. I am going back to my constant. U key. I'll just do a cast and tell it to shut up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Byte. Yay. All right. So there's no keys there yet. So obviously we need one. I mean, let's just see if we can get it to run. Okay, dash bench. Go test bench. Prime numbers. How many is it going to do? You know. Denotes the number of CPUs. All right, well. Go test dash bench equals dot. Ooh, it's doing things. It passed. Damn. It must have just done a bunch of errors, though. Yeah. I doubt it was successful. Well, I know it wasn't successful, actually. Because it ran a thing and didn't return anything. Yep. We need to capture the output. We have standard out, standard error, and is that all? I don't remember. Standard error. Oh, and the error. Right. Out error. Stood out, stood error, an error. Equal this. Hey, there's your semicolon in the wrong place. You want? I'm gonna put a semicolon. You want to see? Put it right. Here. If error, we have to use all that stuff. Yeah, I don't know what to do there. If error fail, right? Just not equal nil. What are we supposed to do on the benchmark test if it doesn't fail? If it doesn't succeed? I don't know. What? We executed b.n times. Go max procs. Skipping unit tests. Various inputs. This stuff would be very nice. We can actually do fuzzing too if we wanted to. But that would be the wrong thing for this. Just in minimum time. It's not telling us we got a successful connection. Actually, if it... Okay. If this is a thing, then we just want to return. Yeah. We want to stop the test. Yes, there... Oh, okay, fine. All right, fine. Yes, there. I know. This can be empty. wait. If error does not equal nil, or stud out does not equal. This is going to take a long time. I don't care. It's the same amount of long time. Hi there. Or stud error does not equal blank. Then we out of here. Whoa. Look at how fast that was. Because it didn't do anything. Because every single thing was an error. Yeah, that was really fast. Apparently that's not what we want. I guess we need to make sure that the test is always going to work. This is a benchmarking problem. You know what I mean? You dare me to print the error? This is not going to go well, I'm going to tell you right now. It's going to print like 10,000 errors. I'm like, moo-ha-ha. Yeah, it's like the worst benchmark test ever. No key found. It didn't even print them all. It only printed a few of them. I thought, that's lame. That was lame. That was really lame. That was lame. That was very uneventful. Yeah. It only did 4. Why did it only do 4? Because it only did 4 CPUs? Right? I think that's it. Go max procs. I don't have go max proc set at all right now. So it should. That's why I was doing 8 of them. 8 of them. Yep. 8. That's what the Dash 8 is. It's using all 8 cores. God bless its heart. I blew right past my break, but I can probably go for another hour. And then I can take another break. I know I'm supposed to stand up because I don't want my legs to swell again. You guys want a break? Okay, fine. That was a very short break, but we're going to keep going. We are benchmarking SSH to compare the data between the different things. Let me get that out of the way. We don't need that. And again, it's been a very long time since I've done benchmarks in Go. So I'm reminding myself how to do it. Also, I'm trying to grab the errors from the connection because obviously I don't have keys there yet. I did notice an interesting curiosity in a benchmark library that I expected it to print out 1,000 print statements, but it did not. It was very intelligent about it, which surprised me in a good way. It only showed me 4 of those. So yeah. I mean, that's obviously a failed benchmark test, but that's I wanted that. I wanted to see that. Before I was just saying, hey, look how fast I am, and it wasn't doing it. So we need to now put our keys in here. So we need to create a host key. And this is actually kind of hard to do. I think it'll take a PEM. Let's see. Using the private PEM user key or public host key in authorized keys format. And public host key in authorized keys format, or nil to skip. So I think I can't remember the authorized keys. The authorized keys format is really annoying, actually. I know about the PEM user key, yeah. So private PEM user key. I need to make a user for this then. I do. I don't want to hard code my private key in there. No. Nope. All right, so let's make a new user. Sudo. Wait. Is there a user already? I think there is already. Oops. Secret password. All right. Add user. User. Fine. Password. Password. New password. Password. Full name. Blah, 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 blah. Yes. All right. Sudo sudo user. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's an unconfigured user over here, which I probably will use for lots of reasons for our thing. Hey. Oh, wow. There's a hot dog waiting for me. Give me a second. I have to eat my hot dog that mystery guest has made me. And I kind of wolfed that down. It was really good. It's gone. That hot dog is gone. Oh, my God. It was good. It was good. I was just one hot dog. You gotta have to have a hot. I mean, I like hot dog without a bun, but there's something about like a really, juicy hot dog and a bun, and the bun soaks up all the fat. Oh my God! I know it's not good for you, but probably it was so good. All right. Anyway, we got a user here. We need to give him a. We have to set up their SSH private key so that we can embed it. So how do we do that? SSH keygen -t ed22519. If you don't remember, you just hit tab. And it'll do it for you. And then we can cat the private key. Oh no, don't do this on stream. And obviously, pub is fine, but not this one. Hey, there's my private key. There, hurry, hack me. A fan of all beef hot dogs? I am. I really am. I am. I'm not gonna lie. I am. I was a vegan for a very long time, and now I'm not. And it's wonderful. Am I bringing, destruction to the world? Yes, definitely. Very much so. I care not. I know I should care. I do care. They're just so stinking good. I'm a horrible person. I am sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll try not to be. No key found. I'm going to put nil there instead. How about that? What if I do this? What if we make this nil? I don't do it a lot. If that is any consolation. Oh wow, look at that. Different error. No, I did vegan. I was vegan. The pictures of me in my Twitch, those pictures of me when I was really ripped and everything, best shape of my life was when I was vegan. Absolutely. I was also raw. I ate raw for a long time, and I drank. All my food was pretty much juices and stuff. And I need to go. I'm working I am trying to get back to that. There's something interesting about that. I mean, this is a total tangent, but there's something interesting about your diet and I've learned this. This has been confirmed by my studies of pro cycling teams, that your body can be trained to want certain foods and to digest and deal with certain foods. And it's not just changing your biome in your gut. That's a part of it, but it's your entire neurology of your stomach, which has as many neurons as a small dog brain. This is a really great documentary on that, by the way. The stomach had more neurons in it than the brain evolutionarily, until the eyes and the sensors and everything eventually tipped the scales, and our brain that we think of as a brain was actually the second brain. The most important brain of our bodies was the one in our gut, because that's the one that in our stomach, which controls how to process food. The neurons that we have a machine learning system, an actual organic machine learning system in our stomachs, our gut, that regulates what kind of chemicals we produce and everything based on really intense, wild programming. And you can reprogram yourself. So the problem is that this is, it's not just candida. You get programmed to consume the wrong things. and it's really hard to change your body's cravings. But I can tell you that after I did veganism for a while, I would get to the point where I would get like cravings for green smoothies. I like my body knew that green smoothies had the nutrients in them and stuff. So in the middle of the day, instead of craving a hot dog or peanuts or a protein shake or something like that, I would specifically crave a green smoothie because my stomach had been coded to do that. And that takes a long time. It takes a long time to train your body to crave those other foods and some dedication to get to it. But once you get there, it's not hard. That's the crazy thing that they don't tell you is once you get to the point where your body craves that stuff, then it's actually pretty easy to eat that way because your body starts craving that specific food. Caprese salad is one of the ones that comes to mind, and so your cravings completely change. You still want food, and you have an unlimited amount of food to eat, and but you're craving different food. But until then, you're like craving white bread. Like right now, I really crave white bread and corn chips and peanuts in particular and stuff like that. So it it takes a long time to reprogram your gut, and I want to do that again. Um, yeah, and I'm working on becoming a vegan plus eggs, which is not vegan. Props to yeah. I I I absolutely love eggs as a natural source of protein, and we have um, you know pasture raised chickens that are producing eggs, and it's the least impact of all the meat production possible, including farm fed salmon and all that. So, and algae protein powder is good for you too. So if you have that plus eggs, that's what I'm headed towards. I'm headed toward having a diet where I'm not strictly speaking vegan. I'm not going to tell somebody I'm not going to eat their turkey at Thanksgiving or something, but I want to really reduce all of my protein intake down to just eggs, just eggs and protein powder from algae. Vegans are the ones with the near vegan and one off vegan diet are the same team. Yeah, I basically we just want to reduce. I just want to reduce the impact of meat production on the world, which is crazy. Eating ourselves into extinction. It's a documentary everybody should watch. It's absolutely entertaining. It's really fun. It's really well documented. Fantastic. Anyway, back to work. So let's see here. We have a nil. Created by testing. Line 171. Six seg violation, nil point of reference. I think the documentation for my function is wrong. Yeah, I think it is. I think I need a host key no matter what. I actually think I just found a bug in my code. Because my documentation for this says... or nil to skip. See how it says nil to skip? I don't think it does that. I don't think it's doing that. No. So I want to go check that really quick. If H key does not equal nil, host key blah 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 parse authorized key string. Yeah, we need to find this error. Line 80. What line am I on? There we are. Line 80. If error does not equal nil. The for client close. This I'm assuming this means there's no client. Yeah, this is the error I had before. This has to come after here. Equals new session. I don't even know if we need this if error equals nil. Oh, we absolutely do. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have that. I have that bug. I had that bug in my production code. I remember the same bug. So, the documentary. Which documentary? Yeah, eating ourselves to extinction. And that was the one. Um, Handshake failed. SSH unable to authenticate. No supported methods remain. Public key. Oh, it's because our user's wrong. Yeah. That's we're getting there. We're getting there. Yep, our user needs to be user at localhost. Go test unable to authenticate. None and public key. No supported methods remain. Am I supposed to have the public key in here or the private key? It's supposed to be the public key, of course. I think my docs are wrong. Yeah. Yeah, another thing that's wrong with my docs. Then the nil is right. Private PEM user key. That's no. No, using the public PEM user key. That was wrong. I think that's wrong. That is wrong. Because it wouldn't make any sense for me to have a client that's connecting with a private key. That's totally stupid. Rob. I'm glad I'm doing this because I'm finding bugs. Yep. Oh, you know what I can use now? I can start using Xclip. Yeah. I can. I forgot about that. I can start using Xclip again. Yay! You guys know what Xclip is? It transfers your key between your terminal, cut and paste buffers between your terminal and other stuff. And another reason, there's a lot of things that I really regretted giving up when I gave up Linux on the desktop. And they're all back now. So happy. So happy. All right, let's try this again. No key found. Why would it give me that error? SSH user at localhost :22 else. Name or service not known. -P22. Oh, I don't have it in authorized keys. Wait. Oh, I see. No, you know what? I think I had it right with the private thing. Yeah. It's the private key that you're going to put in the authorized keys host, and it's not the public key. Yeah. I think it. God damn it. User at host port using the public PEM user key. This is the private PEM. Yeah. This is the key of the user, of the local user. PEM key of the local user and public host key. Mednick died? How? Did the Russians finally catch up with him? He's not that big. 59. Damn. 59, that's young, man. Oh, shit. That scares the shit out of me. This is why I'm reading Outlive. I gotta go to the doctor because I do not want to get blindsided by cancer. My biggest danger is cancer because heart-wise I'm going to be fine. Diabetes wise, I'll probably be fine. Cancer, sneak the fuck up and just take me out. Yeah. I'm gonna get checked because I don't want to get taken out by some. You know, if I all this work to stay healthy and then cancer just sneaks up on you. It's probably was it lung cancer? Was it lung cancer? That's so sad. That is really sad. Pancreatic cancer. Oh my god, that one just took him out. That is the worst cancer to get, man. That is. I'm pretty sure I have skin cancer right now. In a couple of places, small ones. Yeah, prostate. Everybody gets prostate cancer. That's a slow killer. You can avoid that one pretty easily. There's a big debate about whether putting the radioactive BBs in your prostate is going to hurt you more than just letting prostate cancer make its course. Pancreatic cancer is terrifying. You find out about it and you're dead. It takes you out faster than any of the other cancers. If there's one thing to get screened for, that's the one. I mean, that's pancreatic cancer has snuck up on some of the best people in the world, and you know that's the one to watch out for. Yeah, it took Jobs out. It took Mednick out. What killed Richie? How did Richie? They died the same week, by the way. Jobs and Richie. And nobody knows Richie, inventor of C. Yeah, but did drugs make you get pancreatic? What leads? What are the? We need to figure out what the risk factors are for pancreatic cancer. That's what we need because that's the one. All the rest of them, if you catch them, you're kind of okay. You can even lymph node cancer. You can counter it. You know. There's a 70. Rob Pike, you recognize this? Dennis Ritchie and Mr. Thompson, one of the creators of Go. The first news of Dr. Ritchie's death came from Rob Pike, who invented Go, a former colleague who worked with him at Bell Labs. Why would you not consider a language that was created by a guy who was best friends with Dennis Ritchie? I don't understand. Instead of some sort of nobody who worked on the Mozilla project and made Rust as a hobby. Mr. Ritchie's passing was then confirmed in a statement from Maltek Lucian at Bell Labs. He must have stayed. He must have stayed at Bell Labs. I did not know that. I did not realize Ritchie stayed at Bell Labs his whole career. That's totally cool. Never heard the reason. I know, they never really said. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering what he did when he died. Ken Thompson, creator of Unix. Brian Kernighan, also creator of Unix. Dennis Ritchie was one of the key creators of the Unix operating system in the 60s, 70s. Unix influence has been felt in many ways. He died the same week as Jobs, and nobody even talked about it. Dennis Ritchie created C in order to create the Unix operating system. Did not know that until 2 years ago. I knew why. I knew it was created. I didn't know why. That was why. They didn't want to write Unix in assembly like they did the first time. Industry's accomplished was one official notice is awarded U.S. Medal of Honor. I don't see Steve Jobs getting that. Mr. Parks said with his passing, world had lost a truly great mind. You could not say that about Jobs. Jobs was not a truly great mind. Jobs was a truly great marketer. Yeah. Wozniak is a truly great mind. Living in the world he helped invent for over 30 years, said Rob Pike. Ritchie's influence rivals Jobs. It's just less visible. Absolutely. New Jersey, where he lived alone. Damn, that's sad. He died at 70, huh? Treatment for prostate cancer and heart disease. I'm telling you, it's the four horsemen in Outlive. Okay, everybody, look, listen. We're reading this book together on Sundays. Sunday at 11, we're on chapter 4. Peter Attia, we're reading the Outlive book, and it talks about the four horsemen. And every single thing we've talked about today is one of those horsemen and how to avoid them. These are things that don't sneak up on you. They're 10-year killers. You can't just like treat them. They talk about medicine 2.0 versus medicine 3.0, and I strongly encourage you to read this book, which is 100% based on science or informed by science. It's been phenomenal, and we've been reading it and commenting on it on Sundays. So join us for a commentary on that if you'd like to then. Okay, let's go back to the coding. But yeah, all right. So UKey. So I rewrote this to make it a little bit more clear. Using the private key of the local user, UKey, and the public host key in authorized keys format. Run then attempts to create a session calling run. Yeah. Target user at horse using the private key of the local user. Yeah, it is the private key. I just needed to clarify that a little bit. All right, so we need to go get that private key and put it back. The problem is that we actually need to. I'm going to need to put my private key for my local account on this machine into that file. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I can generate a new one after that. Let's do the test, and I'll just make a new one. So I don't. So guys, I don't like. I mean, my password's password. so having you, I've been this streaming box that I've made. It's got a lot of. I made a lot of changes to the security on it because I just don't want to use anything I would ever use in the wild and for real. So dumping my private key, you'd have to get to this machine, and I'm not going to make the machine visible. So I don't mind that. The Outlive recipe book? No, I have not. No, I want to look at that. Yeah, I mean, you know, Peter Attia, he's kind of capitalizing on it, and that's fine. You know, he's you know, it's a little disgusting sometimes when people get that into pushing their own shit, you know. But what else are you gonna do? You gotta market stuff somehow. I'm gonna go ahead and put my secret key in here. Yeah, I am. I know, I'm a horrible person. I mean, you can't even connect to anything with my key right now. So, all right, I'm about to do something that you should never ever do on a Twitch stream. All right. I'm just putting it out there because I don't want anybody to think that they can get it. I am on a system that is protected from the internet, right? You'd have to hack my system. Even then, what would you get into? My other servers? So what? So this is an internal system. You would never, ever, 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 ever dump your private key into your stream. And for the record, I am never going to use this account on this streaming machine to connect to any systems that matter. That's because otherwise, I mean, if somebody actually did manage to get me to run some dumb shit and phish me, they could grab my key and connect to, you know, cloud servers or something. I don't have any of that. I would never have a non-passphrase key or any key, frankly. So for that kind of stuff, I would log into my server and, you know, I would do it separately. So I'm actually going to go ahead and do something. I'm having a really hard time doing this because just the very nature of doing it is, you know, a super bad idea. But here is my private key. Are you ready? Yeah. Yeah. And I just realized one thing that I knew I was hesitant on that. I'm going to pause the video. I tried to guess to get people to guess which account it was. It was actually my GitHub. So there was actually something very important that I was using that for, and immediately remembered it, and so it's gone. So don't even bother trying. I deleted all of them, so they're good. So by the way, this is a really good opportunity to say how to check your GitHub keys and permissions and stuff. That's how you would do it, like that, and that tells you that you're. If you just want to see if your keys have been set up, that's how you do that. So I now have to set up SSH again. So what I'm going to do is since I've already I'm obviously I'm going to change this key and make a new one. Because I still need to use SSH, so I'm not going to be able to keep my private key dumped out there. But since we already dumped it and destroyed it, and that is literally the only thing that I connected to, I'm just, there's just nothing else. I'm just got to be sure of it. But I'm gonna get rid of the key. So there's literally no other systems that I use that use that key. Not even. In fact, I have kind of a problem because I just redid Linux Mint the other day. And I can't even access my server because I have its permissions have been denied. So you can't even access my internal servers using the key because I haven't set up that inbound access. So even if you got the key and you were broke into my local network, you couldn't get onto any of my systems. But again, I have to pause and make sure I'm not screwing something up and thinking about something else here. That is it. That is the only thing that uses SSH. So, what this means is that we can actually go back to using that public key that I doxed. Again, we'll go ahead and dox it again. And we're going to put this into our benchmarking test. Another thing that I could have done here is I could have created an entirely new account. Or I could have made a different private key and then added that private key to the internal ID. That's probably the better way to go about doing this, actually, long term. This particular benchmarking test is not going to survive. I mean, this is a problem you get with unit testing all the time, is you have things that are specific to your environment, and they have to be reset. So this is one of those tests that I'm going to leave in my code, but I'm going to comment out. I did notice this, actually. You got to be careful because I was doing this benchmark test. We have a benchmark test like this in our production code, and it got flagged for having keys in it by the security audit team because they're too stupid to see that the key was a part of a test code, so that was annoying. And it's just because and if, by the way, if you want to hack, go on GitHub and just search for OpenSSH private key, or ask ChatGPT, show me all the OpenSSH private keys. How about that one? I have a feeling they're going to actually block that kind of stuff because, my God, somebody said you can ask ChatGPT for Windows activation keys, and those are hard coded in there too. There's all kinds of stuff in there. There's all kinds of stuff in there, my friends. It probably shouldn't be. So let's try our benchmark test again. And where's my bench? Handshake fail, SSH unable to authenticate attempted methods. Okay, so this is happening because I have not authorized myself. And here's how you know, because if I do SSH user.
Right, she'll be home by 9 earliest.
Oh, okay. SSH user at localhost. Echo hi there. So this is using password authentication. But we don't want to do that, right? So I'm going to force it to, I'm going to copy my credentials over there. You guys know about this, right? I did not know about copy ID until I was probably 46. I didn't know it existed. I went through all the hassle of copying the files over, or copying the things over. And I got to tell you, I love having found it. It's really great. So now we have an authentication. We can actually benchmark it. We can get onto the work of benchmarking. So this should probably work now. It should work anyway. No supported method remains. Handshake failed. SSH unable to authenticate. Attempted method. Some public key. None public key. Huh. Public key. Public key authentication. Oh, is it the public key that we have to have? No, I don't know what that key is supposed to be. um, I don't remember which one that was supposed to. What have I got wrong here? I should be going fast. It's not. But that should have worked. That should have worked. And something, I don't know what it is. We're gonna find it. I wrote this code forever ago. Multi-host client run. Oh, that's different. Oh yeah, yeah. We've been talking about it. Yeah, go try to hack me. Yeah. Oh no, my private key. Yeah, I leaked it on purpose. I even said so. So, welcome to the stream. Dial TCP client configure username. Oh. Wait a second. Okay, wait. We don't want multi-user. We want this. Okay, name new user. What? I don't remember that. Run safe. This runs safe shell. New client connection, new session, and secure host key. Target. Target equals a split invalid target user address. User at localhost. Parse private key from. Oh, it is a private key from the U key. Yeah. I have to be that key. This is going to be the key of the local user. It should have worked actually. Oh. I don't know why it's not working. I wonder if it's because it's PEM data. I don't remember. It could be because it does. I mean, it's supposed to be PEM data. It's supposed to support PEM data. So, yeah. User at localhost 22 byte U key. No, echo hi there. All right, so benchmark, yeah. Handshake failed. Attempted method, none. Unsupported methods remain. Unable to authenticate methods. It should have worked. Handshake failed. SSH unable to authenticate. I wonder if I have a bug in it, it doesn't skip nil. It does right here. It skips nil. Partial authorized key. Husky.marshall. This stuff right here is crazy. It took me forever to figure out. Parse private key. Returns the signer from a PEM encoded private key. It parses the same keys as parse raw. Password missing. Why isn't it working? SSH user at localhost ls echo hi there. Why isn't it working? cat SSH ID 22509. That's it, right? Is it the same key? It is, right? Hey, there's my private key again. Pay attention. Oh, I put the wrong private key in. I did, dummy. I put the private key for the user and not the. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. So dumb. I always done the wrong thing. Or not. Maybe I wasn't dumb. I did. I put the wrong one. Okay. Wow. I feel spectacularly stupid right now. Put the wrong private key in there. This should work, he said tentatively. It really should work, I promise. It's the little stuff, I know. Yeah, there we go. Yay! That is exactly what we wanted. If error does not equal nil, set error does not equal hi there. Oh. Apparently. Oh, what did we get for that? I want to see what these are. Apparently. Why is this returning every time? This is something that's. Oh, I know why. Because there's a line return there. Yeah, I bet you anything. I bet you anything there's a line return there. Yep. That was it. Nice. Okay, so my benchmark test is finally working. And now what? Now what? Well, now we're going to test some different things. This is great. We got our benchmark test all ready to go. How much time we got? Hey, there's some more keys for you. It's just my key ID. Don't get excited. By the way, if you ever accidentally dox your SSH, your GitHub key, which is a very common thing to do, you just go in here and delete them all. Just delete them all. I have GPG keys, which I'll never remove. Those are, and these are just key IDs. There's nothing here. This is not encrypted data, right? Nobody needs to worry about that. The point is that's where you can go delete. Make sure you regularly delete those things, by the way. Because if you don't, you could get in trouble. I only have an hour left. So let's actually finish the rest of our benchmark. You don't need to be afraid about streaming if you know how to manage your keys, and don't forget things like I almost did. I almost forgot I said key for GitHub. That would have been stupid. But don't do that. All right, so my benchmark is working. So now what? Now we need to change the internal guts of run and actually make another one that doesn't use run. And that's the goal, right? We want this is the thing we're benchmarking right now is a full-blown session, right? So it makes a session and it tears down a session. So let's go ahead and run this benchmark test using what we can. And I actually want to set it to run for a very long time. The minimum amount of time the benchmark will function before a function that the benchmark function will run. In that case, we set it to 10 seconds. So I actually want it to run for a very long time. Because we want to eliminate, stuff. We want to get the as accurate a test as we can. So I'm going to run this for, let's say, 5 minutes. And I mean, it might impact my servers, my streaming ability, because benchmark tests are, they're pretty hairy. If I was going to do this right, I probably should put it on my server, which I can't connect to now because I don't have any SSH key to connect to it. But so yeah, let's do 1 minute. No, let's do 5. Let's do 5 minutes. Actually, let's do 1 minute. Make sure I can still stream. All right, we're watching the stream. If if all of a sudden my bit rate goes to 0 or I'm unable to stream for some reason, it looks like I did have a few drop frames there. So if anything gets kind of weird, please let me know. Because yeah, my CPU is like going through the roof right now. Yeah, look at that. See that? We're not using very much memory though. I am so glad that we were able to use the server again for Linux. Can I just say how happy that makes me? It makes me very happy. It's not even breaking a sweat. Look at that, 36%. These cores are not even. You know why? Because it's multi-core. I bet you. Yeah, it's using all the cores. So the system is doing some pretty serious testing, and it's not even breaking a sweat, which is awesome. That is awesome. I mean, it's awesome. I love that. Look at that. They're not even busy at all. They're not. They're not even loaded. Only 2.86. It's it's because it's multicore, right? Yeah. There we go. 1 full minute. 892 tests we got in. So there are our results. I'm going to go ahead and put these results someplace. Let's put them in the README, I guess. And so let's put run. Benchmark time 1 minute. SSH. Go test benchmark, whatever. They're fairly IO bound with all the networking going on. Yeah. Yeah, they are. You're right. It's a good point. There is a lot of networking in there. Yeah. So the CPUs were really happy because they had everything was waiting on IO. I should probably do an IO stat. That would have been interesting. Let's do that next time. We do it again and turn on some IO stat. How can we do real time IO stat without SAR? I'm SAR guy. Is IO stat even still a thing? No. What's the modern version of IO stat? Modern version of IO stat. IO stat's like really old. VMstat, IOStat, SAR. We used to use all these things once upon a time. Sudo apt install systat. Password. That's my password. My password is password. Yeah. VMstat. Yep. You know what we can do? We can do this. Well, true. Actually, no. We can do watch VMstat. Yep. Let's do VMstat dash H. There's no dash H. Damn it. I thought that was a dash H. Let's do that. I want to see VMstat because it's going to be VMstat bound, right? Yep. 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 Book. 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 Okay, here we go. Yep. 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 I am trying to think here, and nothing's happening. I'm running my test again. Yes, I am. I'm running my test again. Ready, go. Here we go. Here we go. Are you ready? I know you're excited. Here we go. God damn it. I'm sorry. I did not mean to swear. I took the Lord's name in vain there. Nothing interesting happening on IOStat. I thought maybe there would be more information going on here. Uh-huh. What's a better thing? H-top. Oh, damn. Wait, I have an idea. All right, let's look at it before. So H-top is running at around, God, 26%, 30, 28, 40. This is making me think that the new version of OBS is probably either completely offloading to GPU or it's spreading its load across GPU. It is. It is. Look at it. That is so cool. GCP dump. Yeah, that would be interesting. Yep. That's interesting. Yeah, we could probably try that. God, look at all the OBSs. Why are there so many OBS processes? I'm starting to think that OBS has figured out how to offload the load across CPU. That's really good news, actually. Either that or we have a bunch of defunct OBS processes. Why the hell do I have so many OBS processes? Have they just been stacking up? Running better because it's Linux. Yeah, but look at all the processes, man. Why they're not idle though? You think it's actual threads? Damn, OBS. OBS has gotten good. I'm impressed, OBS. I mean, OBS is impressive then. All right, here we go. One more try. Let's see how this one pulls up. Oh, yeah, look at our load went up. CPU load went up. Oh, libx polkit D. This is interesting. This is interesting. This here, what is this? Whatever that is tied to the benchmark testing. Yeah, that is interesting. Everything runs better on Linux. I mean, it really does. Well, you can see my picture. Look at my camera. My camera is so much better. It has better quality. It's more performant. Look, there's no audio lag. Seriously, exactly the same camera plugged into Linux is phenomenally better than it was on Windows. Yeah, I can't even say. It's like I got a new camera. Somebody's talking about it the other day. Now, it just means you can see my room better, which is bad. So, my messy cave of a room where I do all of my things. Not all of my things. There's some things I don't do here. Lower overhead on Linux. I agree. That's what's happening. Because it's what devs use and they don't want to deal with it. Yeah. I can't tell you how happy I am to have Linux back on the desktop. You know, I am. I'm super happy to have it back. I run Linux on the desktop most of my life. And I had about 2 years where I was like, well, we got to help people use Windows anyway. And I don't think that anymore. I think that if you have the ability to run Linux on your desktop, you should do that. The end. Because it's more efficient. It's just more efficient. It's so much better. And now that I run VMware with my games at max resolution and everything, even the games that are really hard to get to be compatible, which is Swift. Swift is absolutely not Linux compatible. Look, Mousy, I always thought that. Don't think that this is like some sudden revelation. I have been saying that forever. But I have had to push back on people by saying, yes, you have to know how to use Windows because work might not let you use Linux. And then you either quit or you use Linux at home. Right? Install Mint on my WSL. And it does not come with VIVim. No, nothing does. Mint and Ubuntu got rid, ever since NeoVim, they got rid of Vim. I can't believe they didn't put a standard Vim on the system. Yeah, I had to install Vim. I went to go, there's a VI on there. I think it's VI Tiny. There's not Vim, there's VI. You can use VI, but there's no Vim. Way to try Ubuntu. No, not doing it. I mean, I'll try it. I'll try it. You don't have to use Windows. You can just quit. I mean, if you have the option to do that, you can. When I was at IBM for 10 years, I used... Actually, at IBM, I didn't quit. I was a rogue. At IBM, there was a number. IBM is such a big company with so many technologists in it that there was an entire, I'm not even kidding, there was an entire rogue squadron, legion of people inside of IBM that said, screw you, IBM. You can fire me, but I'm putting Linux on my laptop, whether you want me to or not. And they banded together and they started using it, and they just thumbed their nose at their managers and everybody and said, fine, fire me. I don't care. I'm not breaking any laws here. I'm able to do everything. And it was the rebellion took hold, and it got so big that the rebellion actually shaped the direction for the company, which then became Linux friendly and was one of the first large corporations to kick Microsoft out completely. So Microsoft Office was banned in the company back in like 2001 or something. And it's a true story. And so IBM at that point started being really, really, really Linux friendly. And I mean, I told you I ran Fedora forever. And the way IBM got around it is they made a sort of package or a bundle that you had to run. If you were going to run Linux, they said, okay, we can't beat them, so we'll join them. And they made a package, an enterprise package that you had to run for auditing. So you would run this thing, and it was basically spyware, right? It would see what you were doing. It would watch your performance. It would see all the things that they cared about. And if you weren't running that and you were connecting to the network with an IP, they would, because you had to authenticate, right? They would audit you and they would send it to your manager and say, look, you can run this, but you got to make sure you have this thing running. Otherwise, this agent, you know. And I actually was in charge of maintaining, doing third level support for, C core dumps and stuff like that for a tattletale agent for Tivoli, which was kind of similar. But this particular agent would run on the endpoints, and then they would make sure that you weren't violating things. That's the way to do it if you're an enterprise. If you're an enterprise and you're worried about security, create an agent that runs under Linux on any of them, and then have your people just install that. And then you can still give your tech people the benefit of using Linux on the desktop. Linux and a VM at work. Minimize whenever someone comes over. Yeah. I mean, that's usually okay because you're usually running under a VPN. The problem with that is usually the only thing you can't do, and you'll get fired right on the spot for it, is by creating tunnels. I've seen people create SSH tunnels and other kinds of tunnels that are running under Windows or their Mac machines, and then they just SSH straight to those machines. Actually, some of them have been creating their own VPNs and then just making their laptop a relay agent for their own private VPN, and then they just run their own stuff. Yeah, and then they own Red Hat. Then they took over Red Hat. Yeah. Just walked away in a company more or less same size. Yeah. You try to run I run Linux at home to get used to it as well. Yeah. I think, hey, how's it going? Yeah, and it's funny. For a long time, actually, the way I got a Mac, this is a true story. I have to tell the story really quick. The way that I got a Mac, here, I'm going to run a longer test. It seems like it's the same results, but I'm going to run a 5-minute test. Because I'm telling stories, so might as well run a benchmark test. When I first got this job as this Kubernetes admin, infrastructure admin, I assumed, having for 10 years at IBM been able to use Linux on my desktop, I assumed that I would be able to install Linux and use it. Wrongly, very wrongly. I'm telling you this story because if you are a Linux desktop person and you're just going to be disgusted running anything but Linux on the desktop, which I was, you need to add this to the list of questions when they say to you, do you have any questions for us in the interview? From now on, I don't anticipate I'll have to get another job. I hope not. But if I did, the first question I would ask, I mean, I would obviously I would ask some question that demonstrates interest in the company's mission and goals, which is standard. If you're not doing that, you're an idiot. That's the standard way to show interest in the company and that you've done some research on them. You're not just cold calling everybody. It makes you more palatable as a candidate, blah, 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 blah. We're going to talk about all that, by the way, and how to get a job in the beginner boost. But the other main question I would ask, don't ask dumb shit, by the way, like how much time do I get off and all that. That's not the time for that. But you should definitely ask, do you allow Linux on the desktop in workstations? And if they hesitate at all, uh, if they hesitate at all, uh, that's what you don't understand my soft skills. I know. Um, if they hesitate at all and say, "Well, I don't know," well, no, we all use Windows. I say, well, "How do you connect to your servers?" "Oh, we use PuTTY." If somebody, I'm not even kidding, if somebody in my interview had told me that the team I was about to join universally used PuTTY with no graphics to connect to jump hosts from Windows machines and do all their work that way using Vim 7, I would not have taken the job. I'm really glad I didn't know that because I love this job. I love this team more than any. Everybody that interviewed me, they're all gone. Every single one of them, including my manager, is now gone. There's only one person left from the original team over 2 years. That's the kind of turnover we've had. Every single one of them is gone. There's only one person left. And everybody was replaced. The new manager, new hires, and everything. And every single person they've hired is amazing. So it's funny because I still have a little bit of friction on occasion with the original guy because I'm more, I don't know. We have different ideas about things. They're good. They're healthy, good differences. They're not bad differences. But so anyway, I was just saying that if I had known that I wasn't going to be able to use Linux, and it was true story. So our entire team was using absolutely crappy Windows laptops, and my laptop was basically a brick that didn't work. It was horrible. Half the USB ports didn't even work. So I was the idiot whose mic never worked. And it was all because of my USB ports, and nobody believed me. They just thought I didn't know how to do sound tech, and I eventually was all broken. And I got a new manager. My old manager just thought I was full of shit. He didn't say so, but he thought that. And then the new manager's like, well, I said, I'm really not used to this. It's just actually impacting my performance and everything. I can't do anything on it, and I can't simulate Kubernetes or anything. And I said, we really need something. And so I actually asked him for an official Linux desktop because they have them. They have them, but they're this really, really pristine Ubuntu reserved image that only certain people get to use. And you have to get like 5 levels up approval to even use it. And I'm like, please, can I use a Unix desktop? And both of us went through the process because he was a new manager and he was, trying to be accommodating. And he got it for me. He's like, yes, but they're telling me that it's really, really hard to get authorization for Linux. I said, would you like a Mac? It's easier for us to get a Mac. And well, if I can't get Ubuntu, I might as well get a Mac. And they said, absolutely. So the Mac had like 3 times the resources of this other stupid Windows thing that they gave us. I mean, it was absolutely stupid. I mean, it was so bad. It was just so horrible. By the way, when I was at IBM, I used my own hardware. The computer they gave me was an absolute brick. It was like prop my door up. It was horrible. It was an absolute horrible box, but they didn't care. And because they let us use Linux, there was no way for them to know that I was using my own hardware. They didn't care. They really didn't care as long as you put the agent on there, which is fantastic. But this other team did not do that. So they gave us this really nice Mac, and I love it. And from that, the rest of the team all ended up getting Macs because of that. So because I made a stink about it, my whole entire team, and I kind of, bulldozed through the Macs and showed, yes, you can do everything on the Mac. The K-Login tool that I wrote, the reason I rewrote it is because the original tool didn't support Mac. And I was like, they didn't compile this right. They didn't even test it on a Mac. This is the same Go code base. Why don't they have a Mac version? So I rewrote it myself, took it on to rewrite it. And now I'm in charge of it. So that became a thing. And then from that point on, we could run kubectl and everything from our local laptops on our Macs. And we didn't have to use the jump host at all. And it became all around, it became a great thing because, Mac is better than Windows by so many levels, right? And it just so happened that our Macs came with VMware Fusion at the time, which I decided to not pay for this year, which means no more VMware, which means no Unix. You can't run Linux on Mac anymore. And that means that if I want to do Linux, I have 2 options. I can log into their shitty ancient jump hosts and try to make it work there without impacting the hundreds of other users there. or I can run Linux on my desktop at home in my own home lab and do things that are not, violations of corporate propriety. So my position on having Linux on your personal desktop has radically changed based on that. So, yeah, Bastionceptions, yes. Um, Running company's agent monitoring software, yeah. That was IBM. When I worked at IBM, the way they got around all the people who said, "Screw you, we're going to do it anyway, or you can fire us," is they eventually gave them an agent that had to run on their software. But that takes a very astute company to be able to maintain an agent for all their Linux users. It's a brilliant idea because there's so many different flavors of Linux. The reason that Linux people don't use Linux desktop and don't greenlight it at the enterprise level is because they can't make sure to maintain homogeny, right? They want to make sure that's the same thing every time, everywhere, and they can't. They can't do it because that's just not in the Linux vocabulary. It's just not. It's like, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. It's the whole point. So the idea to put an agent that says, okay, fine, you can use whatever you want. You can use your own hardware. We don't care, but we are going to put this thing, and the only dependency it has is on the kernel. And it's gonna watch everything and stuff on your own hardware. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, most people would be terrified to put anything from a company on their own hardware. I wasn't so afraid of it because it's not like they can burn anything into the BIOS, right? I mean, STM MDM manager on every company device. Yep, EDR, SIEM, and MDM. Yeah. None of it is personal hardware though. Yeah. I have no problem using my own personal hardware if it's allocated for that purpose. And in my case, it was I had a laptop that I only used for work. That was about 3 or 4 times more powerful than the piece of crap that they gave me. Look, let me just tell you something. You're very lucky if your company gives you a computer you can actually use. If you've been around the block long enough, you know this. It's an uphill battle to get a system that will do what you're seeing me do on my streaming box. It is just too expensive because you're usually fighting against regular users, and the Macs that we ended up getting they're actually designed for senior design people and senior executives. So we ended up getting greenlit for those Macs because we needed the performance of these machines to do our job. But this constant trying to justify the hardware, the fight for you to justify that you need more hardware is just a horrible battle to wage. And it's if you work in the enterprise, you're constantly fighting it. And there's a few people, I know one person in particular who was so sick of that fight that they not only did they give up the fight, but they coded their own tunnel on the piece of crap laptop, and then they used their own stuff, and they basically created their own VPN into the VPN, which is such a security violation. I can't even tell you. And they didn't care. They didn't care about anything because they just ran everything on their own stuff. Laptops are great. Refresh every 3 years. Yeah, there you go. Fighting the fight every time I get into a company. I know every single person has to go through this. You don't have to fight for better work hardware. Cisco and Meraki have good equipment to employees. Well, the tech companies generally get it better, but I mean, anyway. So it is, wow. Why did I get so many? Oh, that's how many runs we got. And then we had operations per second was slightly higher. So I'm going to capture this one. I'm going to put this in my results here. Give me a sec. Yeah, that was slightly better. That one was 86 nanoseconds. That's not too bad, actually. That performance is not too bad at all. The reason we're doing this is we're trying to justify if we even need a concurrent connection or not. Um, the answer is, but we need some hard numbers to show that. So I'm now going to write a routine. What time is it? I'm gonna have to write it tomorrow. But we'll start writing it today, and I'll finish it tomorrow. We need to write a version of run that actually maintains a connection pool cache, and that is not super hard to do. It's just going to be a matter. I mean, I can start doing it right now. I don't know if I want to fork this or not. I might want to fork this code. No, I don't really need to, because I'm just going to be adding. No, let me make a branch, because I want to save it. I don't want my machine to go belly up and lose the work. So, what do you mean you can't get your stuff done on this 8 GB ThinkPad from 2009? We're I mean, most people have been in the industry. They've been around the block a while. They know exactly what I'm talking about. They just, and all you can do is laugh, because otherwise you cry. And when I got a new manager, my manager was really, really, anxious to help us out, right? And in fact, I think a direct quote that I remember him saying once, because we got this Mac, and I actually look forward to work every day again. When I had to use that piece of crap Windows machine, I dreaded work every day. I literally dreaded having to open that thing up. And as soon as I got that kick-ass fast Mac with the great command line and iTerm 2 and everything that was running VMware if I wanted, I started looking forward to work every morning. I'd pop that thing open and, sit back on my bed while I was drinking coffee, and I would get all kinds of stuff done. And I don't think I can overstate how much your hardware affects your desire to work. If you're working on a piece of crap that's just driving you nuts the whole time, it just grates on you, and you're just like, ugh. But if you're working on something that's really fast, that can handle multiple things, you can work as fast as you want with a keyboard that's just so sweet and responsive and the kind of thing that you want, that has a direct effect on the amount of work that I get done, and how fast I get it done, and how much more time I spend on the thing. I swear to God. So I think it's worth every dime, because they get, at my rate per hour, they're getting a lot more work out of me, for sure. And I remember saying something to that effect, and just saying, I was just gushing with gratitude to my new manager for this, for upgrading us. And he said, and I quote, he said, "Well, got to take care of my guys." He said it just like that too. It was like he was like the guy in charge of the Avengers or something. He's like, we gotta take care of my team. Gotta make sure my team has the best tools. I mean, he it was I think it was a nice moment, because I was so seriously, I was gushing. I was so happy, and so I really love my manager right now. And I'm not saying that because he might be watching. I'm saying it just because it's true. He really gives us the latitude that we need. He's just, he's if you've had bad managers, you know what it's like to have a good manager. Yeah, the micromanagers are always questioning whether you're getting a value out of you, and then you have you have the managers that you had to work. You had answer a pager call at 4 a.m. and they took you away from your young kids, and then they send you your wife flowers as in gratitude for allowing you to work. I had a manager do that. One of the salts of the earth, best guy ever. And the other managers who just screaming at you on a call with lots of people, telling you to stop boiling the water. I've had every type of manager on the spectrum, from the absolute worst shit stain managers possible to the absolute most arcane, not arcane, what's the word I'm looking for? Angelic. Different word. Anyway, it was just so great. He is a good dude. He was a really great dude. Yeah, and you know what? So again, when you find a good team, it's great. Cisco, Meraki, and other companies I know, generally laptops update every 3 years. Absolutely increases productivity. Yeah, it's true. My work computer is noticeably worse than my already dated personal equipment. I wouldn't want to work either. Yeah, yeah, and frankly, um, yeah. So what I find myself doing now is creating really solid lines of separation between. I mean, let's just be real. This job is largely research and proof of concept, right? The job that I do is largely research, proof of concept, and testing, all of which is not proprietary. That's the kind of thing that I can stream. I didn't even realize it when I signed up for the job. But a lot of the stuff that you've seen me do where I'm like seeing if this is faster and I'm testing SSH, that's nothing that they would ever have copyright ownership over or anything like that. This is just, that's what's one of the great things about being an operations platform engineer and that kind of thing. Because the stuff that you're doing is generally applicable, right? If you're on a software engineering team, they are much, much more strict about every single line of code that gets written, right? And you can still test algorithms and ideas and stuff like that publicly, and that would not be a violation. They have to really, bend the law to come after you for that kind of thing. But if you're actually writing code for a living, you're paid to write code for a living every day, it's much, much harder than to be an admin with a home lab who's testing an upgrade even on stream, right? And because you got to go through one of those upgrades at work, you haven't crossed any lines there, and it's one of the great things about being in operations that I really love versus being a full blown software engineer, because I write tons of code and I do a lot of great things, but that I enjoy. I mean, but I don't have to be as crazy. The few years that I actually was employed as a senior software engineer, I did not like those years. I did not like it at all. It was all grinding as much as you possibly could, as fast as you could, with no recognition. And then they would throw your project in the trash because they decided to not go with it for other reasons. So all this, it's like handcrafting, code, your entire thing, and then having them decide they're going in a different direction, and they'll pick an entirely different language, or they'll buy out a product like Big Fix to replace all the code that you wrote because they think that's better than the thing you made. I don't want anything to do with the software engineering world. Especially enterprise software engineering. What's that? Aren't you the person, MK Slug? Aren't you the one who always asks questions to try to rile everybody up? I think I've heard that about you. So I'm surprised there aren't more project managers murdered. Don't say stuff like that. Somebody's gonna go postal, as they say. So yeah. Let's go ahead and well, I don't know. There was somebody who was always asking me that. I don't have a beef with CM Griffing other than he banned me for no reason. He says I disrespected the software category, which I think is just absolute bullshit. And whatever. He's got a problem with me. So, legit point. If I spent a month coding a project and it got thrown in the garbage, I'd be upset. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I don't want to talk about streamer drama. It's just not a pissing contest. I could give a shit about the rest of the Twitch streamers. Some of them I would have a beer with. Others I would never fucking have a beer with ever in a million years. Some of them are actively causing people to be more stupid. And the rest are, are not. And so I would rather talk about the ones that I think are doing things that I really like. Really season the reason for high salaries, offsetting murder. Oh, we'll pay you more money so you won't murder us when we throw your project in the trash, because they will do that. They'll take the baby that you have been working late night, that they pushed you to work all night, 17 hours a day on. I've had this happen more than once. When I was at IBM, I was a software engineer as well. They would lock us in our cubicles for fun. They would put tape on our cubicles to lock us in as a joke. Say, no, you need to stay here and work. And then they would bring us food and feed us like animals. I'm not even kidding. They brought us salmon locks and they brought us all this stuff and they wanted us to code faster, monkey. And they would make jokes about it. The managers would make jokes about it. They would say, see, we're helping you. We're supporting you. We're making it into this big. Meanwhile, my wife is suffering with my kids at home. They tried to have me come in on a Sunday. My wife came in and about went postal. I'm not even kidding. She screamed at everybody in the room. That happened. That was, and the next day, the woman brought me in. I thought I'd lost my job because I left. I said, no, I'm not staying. And she goes, we understand that you need a new transmission in your car. We want to pay for that. I was like, what? Yeah, because I thought they'd lost me. Locks makes your fingers slippery. I know. We're going to need you to come in on Sunday. Office space is really, yeah, it totally is. Dude, I had 3 young toddlers in the car. We were on the way to have Sunday dinner with my in-laws. And I went in to go pick up something because I got texted or something. And my manager said, you need to stay. We have an emergency. You got to stay here. We have to have you, Rob. We absolutely have to have you. This isn't really optional. And I went out, this is a true story. I went out to my young, wife, and we were, we weren't making much. I was making $35,000 a year at Nike. I found out they were totally underpaying me. Within a year, I was making double that, probably 2.5 times that for IBM because I got recruited right out of there. And I mean, you can understand this was the 90s. That was still good money for a young. That was my first official, job. I was making so little money. I should have been I didn't know how little money that was. Because I was too dumb. I was too young. And they took advantage of it. And my ex-wife, I mean, she came in and she's a firecracker, man. That's the one thing. You know that scene in Avatar when Jake Sully is like unconscious and the sergeant is about to kill him. He's laying there and the girl, what's her name? Navi, she comes in there and she like sits down over the body and she like hisses like that. Every time I see that scene, I think of my ex-wife. I mean, my ex-wife was many things and there's a bunch of, negative history I have with her. But one of the greatest things about my ex-wife was she protected me. She was like, and that's one of the great things I like about Doris too, but she would like, she seriously, if she was like vicious. She was like absolutely vicious. She just didn't want to put. She came in to my place of work. I told her through the car. I said, "Hey, they really want me to stay." I knew this was going to happen. I said, they really want me to stay. They're telling me I don't really have an option, and I saw the anger well up in her face, and she was like, "Oh, really?" And she opened the car door. She goes, watch the kids. And I went, honey, and the kids are strapped into the car, like sitting there idling. And I didn't know what she went running in there. She had her Sunday clothes on still. And she was like running in there. I'm like, oh my God, what is going to happen? And so I had to chase her. I left my kids in the car and I chased her. And she went into the building and she said, my husband is coming with us. And she's just screamed at them. And she goes, no, we really need him here. And she goes, I really need him. And she started defending me and stuff. And she goes, and then she started going off. She goes, and it got so ugly. She said, you don't understand what it's like to have responsibilities, to have young people. She used it as an opportunity to just go off. She goes, you guys have no idea what it's like. This is the only day I have him off, and he's never here, and you have no idea what it's like to raise the kids and have responsibility. And this girl in the corner, I kid you not, this girl in the corner said, I have a dog. I'll never forget this. I will never forget this. She turned, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. I thought she was going to stick an arrow through her. She goes over to her, she goes, you have a dog. You have a dog. And she just like, I don't even remember what she said. She gave her just like total fucking vitriol. She just let her have it. And I was like, oh my God, there goes my job. I was so scared and so young and didn't think I could get another job. I was so stupid. And then, she goes, and then she says, and then she turned to me and she goes, look, she goes, I'm going and you can come or you can stay. It's up to you. But I said, but this is crazy. This is ridiculous. And you gotta understand, I was Mormon, so I didn't swear. And I looked down at my desk. She went storming out, and I looked down at my desk, and I felt like I was going to lose my job. And I said, this is not fucking worth it. And you got to understand, I was Mormon. I never ever said the F word, and I said it loud enough to everybody in the room. And I walked out, and we went there, and I was shaking. I was shaking because I thought I'd lost my job. And we spent the whole time at the in-laws talking about all of this. And then I went in the next morning expecting to be fired, and my manager brought me in and said, we'd like to pay for you to have because one of the things that my ex-wife said during that time was something about our car not working or the transmission not working and not getting paid enough or something like that. And so the manager ended up saying, hey, we want to pay for your, they made a gesture to try to keep me there. They thought I was going to quit. I eventually did quit. Within a year I quit, but they thought I was going to quit right there and drop their entire Nike.com project on its face, or Nike ID project, which I eventually did. So glad I did too, by the way. And then anyway, yeah, it was a fun story. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody even remembers what Avatar was about. They watched it back in the day. Shouldn't have stopped in at Nike. Yeah. It was going further out to Hillsboro. You should come in on Sunday, office space. Yeah, it was just not going to happen. I have a dog. Seriously. The other people that were on my team, at the time, they were all female, by the way, which is cool. And I really appreciated them. I really did. Especially my manager. She was really amazing. That's one of the reasons I didn't want to let her down. I really liked her a lot. And so, but it became a girl fight, honestly. I mean, they didn't scream at each other, but I mean, they she really pissed my manager off because she started attacking my manager's lifestyle, saying, you don't have any responsibilities, you don't have any kids, you don't know what it's like to have responsibilities. She started personally attacking them. And I was like, oh, damn. It's like, damn. I mean, seriously, she was going for the jugular, man. She was like, y'all aren't married. You don't know what it is. You're non-contributing zero. She didn't say that, but she was suggesting that their lives didn't matter because they weren't raising children. And I was like, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yeah, I don't know how I survived that. Yeah. Anyway, time for me to do something else. I'm going to leave. We're going to go raid somebody. We got some good benchmarking tests. Tomorrow when we come back to doing this, we're going to we're going to actually set up another cache pool, and we're going to see how much time we save by in percentages for actually reusing the same connection as opposed to creating a new connection session every time. Comment here from first time chatter. Hey, welcome. I need to choose a laptop for my new job, and they asked me to choose between Mac or Ubuntu. I am more inclined to choose Ubuntu. I would definitely go Ubuntu if you have the option. That would be me. That would be me, just because I like Linux better than Mac. Yep. That's true too. That's a good point, Ryuk. Battery life. Yeah. Macs, it depends on how new the Mac is. And it also depends on what you're going to be doing over there. That's a real hard one for me. I would probably still use Ubuntu because I'm normally close to a plug outlet no matter what. Yeah, I would rather have Ubuntu on Intel any day. I'm not a fan of M1 and M2. That's just me, and but those are interesting reasons to use Mac that Ryuk brings up. Battery life. I would be interested to see how the battery life differs. Yeah. Have trouble with internal processors or any hardware combos. Um, yeah, I would be the Ubuntu guy. Do they have a standard Ubuntu image, or can you run any Linux on there you want? Do you have to use their image, or can you use any Linux? If they're allowing you to use Ubuntu, they must be maintaining a company Ubuntu image. I'm imagining. They're comfortable. Yeah. Yeah. And company offers. Yeah. If they're giving you it as an option, I mean, to me that's a no-brainer. I would much rather have Linux than Mac. I love Mac. I look. I hate Apple. I love Darwin. I don't find any problems with it at all. Um, I mean, compared to Windows with WSL, oh my god. Um, New M2 Mac Mini soon. Can't wait. Wow, that's cool. Uh, take the Ubuntu. Yeah, I cannot believe they're even offering you an Ubuntu Linux option. It has great productivity tools. Yeah, choose between Ubuntu and Mac. No idea if you can use other distro. I would stick with Ubuntu personally. I mean, you're asking a Linux guy, right? If for no other reason than, I mean, it's just I just would use it. I would rather. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the M2 stuff. I could maybe become a fan, but right now I'm not. Um, I think. Look, think of it this way: everything that you do on your laptop on Ubuntu directly applies to your knowledge of Ubuntu containers and Ubuntu servers. That is not, you can't say that same thing about a Mac. So, a simple example, when you have to add a PPA to add another APT repo, another APA registry to add, right? Very simple thing. Or when you are, I mean, you can, get near equivalency on a Mac on many things, but it's all of those little Ubuntu things that you're going to be doing that are going to just become second nature to you. That's why I ran Fedora on my desktop at work, because I supported Red Hat servers. And the argument could be made that, if you're using a laptop that's the same OS as much as possible to the machines that you're maintaining or the containers you're creating, you're just, all your skills are going to be more fresh. And some people argue that that's the reason you should have a different OS. You should use Arch on your laptop, or a Red Hat on your servers and Ubuntu on your laptop, so that you maintain skills across several different distros. That's a valid argument too. It just depends on whether you want to be good across multiple things, or DistroBox will let you try almost every distro on the same OS with containers. To a point. I mean, it's not going to let you have the true desktop experience. You know what I mean? So another thing too is that, like, all the little tools that you make for yourself, we're gonna do. We're gonna start making a Ubuntu Linux toolbox on the Beginner Boost coming up. We're writing Bash scripts and stuff like that. All those little tools and the integrations with the desktop environment, whether it's GNOME or whatever. Those things that you make on Ubuntu will also work on your personal Ubuntu desktop at home. So that's why I would go with Ubuntu, because you can just use the same tools across the board. And most of those tools will just be bash scripts or something, and they'll work no matter what, even on Mac. But a few of them, like, pulling up a graphics browser from a single keystroke in Links while you're doing, terminal-based research, that's the kind of thing that Mac can't do. I mean, you'd have to completely do a different thing to get it to do that. I mean, it might be possible. I don't know why. But the point is that it would be the same on Ubuntu across the board. So you're more likely to have Ubuntu on your desktop at home, some flavor of Ubuntu on your desktop at home, Kubuntu, Mint, whatever, then, and so your skills will transfer. Does that make sense? Not just your skills, but all your little scripts that you might write. All that stuff transfers over, your Bash RC and everything. So, they keep binding so much. Well, I mean, it depends on if you're going to be using terminal. Deploying prod on Mac is not going to happen. No, absolutely not. Another really, really, really strong reason is that you cannot run a container engine on Mac. You know that, right? So if you want to install Podman or Docker, both of which are free if you put them on Ubuntu, you cannot run those on a Mac. Period. You can't do it. Mac is Mac. There's Podman Desktop, but it has a VM inside of it that allows you to use it. But if you have Ubuntu, yeah, if you have Ubuntu, right? If you have Ubuntu, you have Linux, which means you have LXC built into your desktop, into your laptop. And now you can run Podman or Docker straight up, and you don't have any abstraction layers between you and the container. You can actually run Minikube directly. You can run KVM-backed Minikube clusters if you're doing Kubernetes. You cannot do that on a Mac. Podman does not work on our Mac. I don't think so. No, it doesn't. I'm telling you, it doesn't. Look, all of the container engines require LXC, and you can't run LXC unless you have Linux kernel. Anything that is not Linux has some layer of emulation. And that emulation layer is the one that's going to get you in trouble. So there's no such thing as Darwin LXC containers. It's just not a thing. It doesn't exist. Podman Desktop. Podman Desktop is running QEMU emulation on M1, which is not even hypervisor. I would never use a Mac. If I had a Ubuntu, I would definitely use Ubuntu. So yeah, especially if you're a developer. Anyway, let's go rate somebody. What's the team of keep on hypervisor? I'll run that for prod, yeah. Hey Sadra TV. We're gonna go raid somebody here pretty soon, and I'm gonna come back and do some other fun stuff. QEMU is an emulator. QEMU is a layer that will use a hypervisor, which is, you know, either hardware type 1 or software type 2, which, you know, is a virtual machine. The thing with QEMU is QEMU also has a bunch of software emulation in it that will emulate things. They'll emulate a different chipset. So with QEMU, you can actually run software for x86 on an ARM machine. You can even run BSD Unix on QEMU. So sure, Sandra, before we go. Does desktops too? Does it do desktops? Cool. For YouTube's Mr. Rob, no problem. How you doing, Last Chain? It is pretty fast. Yeah. But I mean, that's, yeah. I mean, it just keeps coming back to the question of, what do you want? You know, anytime you can have Linux, you're going to be better off, because in the containerized cloud native world, you can run KVM on metal. I can't imagine ever trading the ability to do that. Can you imagine giving up the ability to run KVM on metal just to get Mac? I can't even, now that I have Ubuntu Linux Mint again, and I have the ability to run KVM on my streaming machine instead of logging into a remote server just to run KVM, I can't tell you how amazing that is. It's just so amazing, because I have X11 access to virtualized machines and everything. It's just so stinking cool. I love it. And you can do some pretty amazing things from a remote server. We did that last year. We ran Vert Manager remotely over X11 by using X Display. It's one of the reasons I'm not a Wayland fan, because you can't do that at all with Wayland. Wayland can't do remote display stuff, as far as I know. Maybe somebody knows better than I do on that. But somebody had a question. Did you have a question, Sandra or Sadra? Before we go raid somebody. Oh, we got a lot of fun people in here today. Trying to get your hands on the keyboard-only development method. Waste time controlling the mouse. Oh, Sadra, it looks like it looks like have you heard about the boost? Have you heard about the beginner boost? That's exactly what it's for. So, for those of you, it sounds like we have a few new people in here today. So here's where you want to go. And there's lots of videos on this. I do a video called Beginner Boost every year. This Saturday at 11 a.m. We're going to be covering terminal-based research, searching from the command line, and using ChatGPT from the command line and things like that. And the reason I mention it is because the question you asked, I've spent over a decade answering professionally and making kind of a course for it. And it's called the Beginner Boost. It's manage your learning, getting Linux, finding your way around, command power, editing. Like, it's all about terminal stuff. And yeah, if it sounds like it's the first time you heard about it. So let me go ahead and give you this link. It's very messy, and I've made several changes. So, for example, we changed from using WSL2 with Podman to using virtual machines in the middle of it. Sometimes we encounter things that are, new things. So this year we'll be doing ChatGPT for our command line searches for the first time, and stuff like that. And eventually this will take more of a form of kind of a book that's got video with it. And then it's a part of a bunch of stuff I'm doing. I'm preparing to do another series called Full Metal Linux, which is, and that's a name from somebody from this community. Who gave it the name? Who gets credit for that? I can't remember. Somebody created the name for that. Full Metal Linux. Full Metal Linux will be all about running Linux on hardware. And then we have Home Lab Init, which is setting up your own machine and stuff like that. So it's a little bit of marketing for the stream. Oh, my eyes. What the hell is wrong with these people? What the hell is wrong? Ouch, my eyes. How do I fix this? Ow. I can't see. I'm so sorry, everybody. Plus. Where is my thing? Sign in. I don't remember which one is me. I gotta go find this though. Give me a second. Is it GitHub or Google? I can't remember. Dark Hooter failed me big time. I'm so sorry. Look. Hey, there it is. All of my stuff. What? Are you seeing this? It took all of my diagrams and it changed them. Is there some workspace settings? Oh, this is probably not a good to show. Payment methods. I guess I don't want that. What happened? This is my private collection. What happened, my friends? Dark Reader definitely failed me here. It said, oh my god. I hate Obsidian. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like Obsidian for reasons I don't want to get into right now. A lot of people love it. That's great. I'm glad it works for you. I want to put Obsidian out of business. If I have my way, I'm going to put them out of business. So Obsidian, I'm coming for you. I can't further speak on that. I'm not going to flashbang you again, though. Let me make sure this doesn't flashbang you. The reason I'm here is because I have um, the diagrams that I wrote, and I'm trying to find them now. Wait, what happened here? Oh, wait, this is a different account completely. What happened to all my other scenes? Oh, here we go. Air-gapped home network. Containerized development. Oh my god, my eyes. I'm so glad you're not looking at them. More tools. How do I tell it I want black background? There must be a black background setting that's not working here. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Give me a sec. Toggle presentation sidebar. Seriously, it's like killing my eyes big time right now. Zen mode, show grid, view mode. Select all. Sunglasses. Seriously, you should see what I'm looking at right now. It's like killing my eyes. And it wasn't like this before. It's only because I installed Linux. Where is the darkness? I want darkness. Dark mode. I found it. Okay. God damn, that hurt. All right, so here I found everybody. Here it is. Light mode and dark mode. Light mode and dark mode. It's right here. It's kind of hidden. It was right here. So what I was trying to show you is this. So this is what I'm planning over the next 5 years, actually. I'm going to do polyglot programming. We may do all those languages, but those are the ones we at least thought of. The beginner boost, full metal Linux, and then home lab it. We're probably not going to use Red Hat server after all. Yeah, I think we're going to use Ubuntu server instead. I'm not a fan of Red Hat right now. Ubuntu's doing bad things, but not nearly as bad as Red Hat. They're all kind of shady right now. You could argue that having Red Hat is more important, but I don't care. Ubuntu Linux server. And sort of bookmarks. Yeah. Ubuntu Linux server. Yep. Full metal Linux could be Mint Cinnamon or whatever else you want. Used hardware. Do. I saw that. I saw Susie's work on Red Hat. That's kind of exciting. Actually, Mandrake was one of my first laptop distros. I put Mandrake on my laptop in 2000 when I got my job at IBM. I actually was installing Mandrake while I was in training. I went to like a month of training in New York with an $80 per diem. It was fantastic. I was really happy. I kind of think that we should do... Mandrake was great. Honey Badger distros. I like Susie. I think Susie's one of the better distros. I really do. Yeah. I feel like we should almost call this like terminal beginner boost, but it's actually not just terminal. It's other stuff. So I'm just going to take a moment to talk about this here. I think we're going to make, after going through the installation of Linux Mint, I'm seriously considering combining these two right here. And so I haven't made a chance. After installing Linux Mint on my server yesterday, I'm we have a lot of people here, so I'm going to put some questions out. I mean, some of you have left already, but um, right now, the beginner boost is for people that need to get good with the terminal who don't necessarily want to install Linux. Oh my God, yeah. And I'm thinking of making it so that the beginner boost is for those people who want to install Linux, but they can skip it if they, the part where we talk about installing Linux, they could skip ahead and they could skip that part if they didn't want to do that. What does everybody think about that? I think Fish is fine if you want a shell, and we're talking about interactive shell, right? As long as you write your scripts in Bash or POSIX, it doesn't matter what interactive shell you use. I like Bash because it's compatible with the shell scripts I use, so, and it works everywhere. And I don't ever want to become used to tab completion for most of the stuff like that. I want to use VI command history mode because it's effective everywhere and works on anything. Whereas all the tab completion things that people burn into their memory on Z shell and Fish don't work everywhere. So you're fine as long as you have your shell, but you get onto some system that doesn't have it and you're screwed. But if you're never ever on another system, fine. This is my question. I'm just gonna spend a little moment of selfish time here. What should we combine these two? Is there any reason? Because we could do Raspberry Pi stuff in the home lab in it. I'm really, really, really thinking about doing that. Then we only have one class to do. If we did that, we could also do VMs with KVM and practice connecting to servers. As Mossy's gone already, right? I'm just really torn between having the beginner boost be, so say you're a machine learning person who doesn't care about running Linux and you just want to learn get good on the terminal. You know. as much as I love the name Full Metal Linux, I think we're not going to do it. The more I think about this, the more I think we're just going to bypass it and go straight to home lab in it because I want to do Kubernetes stuff. And the reason for that is if we do the beginner boost and we put stuff on here, then we can immediately, because we have Linux on hardware, we can immediately learn KVM, we can immediately learn Podman, and all of that stuff. Yeah. And if we do this, if we do this beginner boost, we already have a system that can run KVM and Podman and Minikube. If we don't have Linux on hardware on Metal, we can't do that. So I think that we need to do that. Yeah. Copy Fortran. Polyglot programming, we're going to learn Python, Go, JavaScript, and I mean either JavaScript or TypeScript, and C. Mm-hmm. We should probably learn Java actually, because of all the Android stuff. But I hate it. I don't think we can include C in this. I think C is its own thing. We need a functional language, but these are generic languages. This is the way I used to teach it, so maybe keep it the same. They hate Docker, but use Podman instead. Yeah. Yeah. Bunch of Linux server. We don't really care how big it is. I really feel like, I don't know, I keep coming back to it. I really feel like we need to have less things. That sounds weird, I know, but I think we need less things. I really do. It's just because there's not enough time. And the more I do this, the more I go back to how I used to do it. I used to not even accept people at SkillStack unless they had their own computer to install Linux on. How you doing, Reboot? We're just talking right now. VM image. Mossy, what do you think of this? You still there? I don't think we should. This is what I think we should do instead. I think we should do Linux Mint Cinnamon. I'm basically, it's funny. Or Kubuntu. Either Linux Mint Cinnamon or Kubuntu. And this is where I'm totally okay with evaluating Kubuntu. Give me an image of Kubuntu so I can put it in my VM. I want to evaluate it as a target. What I know people like it, and what's his face loves it. Yeah, I. It's so funny people saying KDE has a lot. Linux Mint Cinnamon is so bare bones. That's what I love about it. Yeah, I. That's why Linux Mint Cinnamon is like has never failed me. But I would be willing to consider Kubuntu. I would be, but again, I don't want to I don't want to get crazy there. Like I made this stuff. Sounds better. Yeah. Okay. The reason. Okay, so the main difference that I'm going to do now is we're going to start having people install Linux on hardware for the beginner boost, and I did that the first year, and it took everybody forever. We spent 2 months just on how to install on specific hardware, and I didn't have a capture card, so I couldn't show anybody how to do it. And I mean, it was horrible. You know, it was horrible. It was a disaster because I wasn't with them in person. I couldn't show them how to do anything in person, and everybody had a different case. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like we're in a better position to do that now because I've got the capture card and everything. So we can actually install it on a couple different old pieces of hardware, and I think we could do that. 64-bit download. It's being hosted on SourceForge. Okay, they're out of there. I'm not doing anything from SourceForge. I'm actually that shallow. I am actually that shallow. I am. If they was on SourceForge, I don't want to talk to them anymore. No. I mean, if they are dumb enough to host something on SourceForge in 2023, I don't want anything to do with them. Sounds about right for KDE, by the way. I fucking hate KDE. I always have. So it's going to be a very, very tough sell. Especially since I've been using Mint for 15 years to teach and never had a problem. Um, yeah. Yeah. I think Full Metal Linux should be Arch on Metal. That's what I think it should be if we're going to do it. That matches the name more too, you know. Or from scratch kind of thing. I think Full Metal should be like, you know. Did you find me something that's not SourceForge? It's almost downloaded actually. 7-zip, even. Who bundles something with 7-zip? In 2013, 23. Um. I think we're gonna rename this the Linux Beginner Boost. Mm-hmm. Uh, I actually wanted to call it Unix Beginner Boost. I don't like Linux in the name because it's not fucking Linux. It's Unix. um, highest true ultra compression. Okay, fine. Cloud Foundry, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not doing any cloud stuff. No. No, I'm not interested in. And now I know a lot of people who think that's the way to teach it, and I'm totally cool with that. I just don't like it. I'd like to have it on metal. Hackintosh is very hard. I would not go that route. There's so many bugs. We tried it as a class back in 2016. I want to say I would never do that again. You can no, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Are you saying you want to put your MacBook? You want to turn your MacBook into? I think what you mean is you want to put Linux on a MacBook. I have 30 Mac Minis over here that are running Linux. They do not have Mac on them. They're running Linux. If your laptop, if your MacBook is older than 2016, you won't be able to do it. Um, that's the Hackintosh. When people talk about Hackintosh, that's why I got confused. You you can. It's a Hackintosh. That's a Hackintosh. Is it 2015? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know people do it, but it's weird. I I had many. There's a kid who's that I used to teach. He would regularly he got a new MacBook Pro um every year, and it was 2015, 2016. It was the year where he could no longer use any of his external devices because there was no longer support for Linux. They dropped support for Linux, and he couldn't run Linux on his MacBook Pros anymore. Before that, though, it really worked well. It was really good hardware. Um, percent AMD. What time is it? Is it almost 9? Oh, no, what time it is? Anyway, I'm probably gonna have to push back this calendar item for a bit. Put it back to like 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock ish. Something like this. I'm gonna have to take a break here. Anyway, so I've been studying this. I Mac is better than Windows if that's the only choice you have. I love my Mac. I use it for everything. Um, the reasons I love my Mac is because the Mac hardware is really solid, and I'm really hard on hardware, especially laptops. So yeah, I did. We were just looking at the thing on him. We were looking about how to avoid pancreatic cancer. Mm-hmm. So, um, home lab and knit. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna say it. So today, what day is it? So I'm gonna proclaim here. I'm gonna make a proclamation on this day, July 20th, 2023. I declare that the 2025. What year is it? What the fuck year is it? Oh, I'm so bad. 2024. You know what the problem is? I keep thinking ahead, and I too much. I'm always thinking ahead. All right, I got Kubuntu download. In 2024, I proclaim that the beginner boost will require separate hardware on which to install Linux, Mint, Cinnamon, or some version of Linux. I will be doing Linux, Mint, Cinnamon, but if people want to do something else, they're on their own, but that's fine. I want to encourage people to try different distros. And in so doing, the beginner boost will then be exactly like what I did at SkillStack for people in person. And during our interview, when I would sit down with people to decide whether I was going to mentor them personally or not, whether they were 9 or 60, and I had some old people that I actually mentored. The requirement was you have to have a dedicated machine for, and in our case, it was a dedicated laptop. You have to have a dedicated laptop for Linux, the end. And the reason for that was so that they could bring it in and go out and we could deal with it and they would have Linux to play with all the time. And if they wanted a separate gaming system, that was fine, but they needed a machine that they could practice reinstalling on and screwing up the hard drive and all of that jazz. And that became the basis of the beginner boost for skill stack for the future. And I never had, there was about 5 years at the beginning there where they didn't need that even. They would just SSH into a machine and use that. But then they never, after they left, they were completely useless because they couldn't take their skills with them. They needed to have a server. And I'm reminded by putting on Linux Mint onto my desktop, I've been reminded of that. It was a major, major change at SkillStack that really benefited people tremendously. The people who came to SkillStack before I had them start putting Linux on their desktops, and the ones after had significantly different skill sets and went on to do quite a bit different things. I mean, just anecdotally, because I know what they went on to do. Those that became dependent on having an SSH login to skillstack.sh did not do as well as those who installed Linux on their own laptop. And often I would give them a laptop. I would say, if you can't do that, you can rent it from me. And they would rent a laptop for like $5 a month. And if they were with me a year or two, they could take the laptop. Is my mic screwing up? It's an SMB. It's a Shure SM7B, standard mic. It's rig, I think, if you want to. My mic is a pretty standard one though. It's a Shure SM7B. Everybody's got them. The first one is showing off. Okay, yeah. By the way, if you get this mic, make sure you get a cloud lifter, and you'll need a cloud lifter, and you'll need a Scarlett. Who expulsed you? Nah, I survived. Yeah, I'm fine. My legs are actually feeling really good right now. I'm looking forward to dancing tonight, which is funny because last night I couldn't even walk. I feel really good about this decision, and I'm going to dwell on it even a little bit more. The reason I want to do this is because if I can eliminate the number of things I have to produce every year, I can spend time on polyglot programming, which we haven't been doing at all. Еще не спал? Не спал? Ну что ли? Что с тобой? So he's saying he didn't sleep at all yet. And in Russian. So yeah, and then I still want to do Full Metal Linux, but Full Metal Linux is like Raspberry Pi and stuff. I kind of want to make that into edge computing. I do. I've been wanting to do one of these a long time. We could do like binary stuff and everything. We could actually call it Full Metal Unix. A Full Metal Unix. And we could do BSD devices and assembly and stuff like that. Polyglot programming is just introduction to programming in 3 languages. It's a very beginner-based programming class that's using languages that are very relevant. I'm not saying these other languages are bad. It's just these are the most relevant languages. You're most likely to get a job if you learn these. And Java is already covered by most AP Computer Science programs in the United States, so I don't need to cover that. These are the exact same languages that I taught. You know what's funny? This is Home Lab, and I used to call this SkillStack Pro. This is when people would come together and they would bring their lab equipment in, and all we would do was just help them build out their home lab. This is literally exactly what I taught. The only thing I don't have on here, it was a game dev class course, and there was a web development course. And if I added all of those back, I would have all of the same curriculum I had at SkillStack. And that's kind of my goal. My kind of goal is to have all the curriculum back that I had all those years. It's about work, work, work. We had, yeah, I had something called fundamentals, skill stack fundamentals, and that has basically become beginner boost. And then we had we tried to do Polyglot, it didn't work very well. We had Python or JavaScript. Actually, no, we had Python or web. And if they learned web, and then web went on to do game development, because we could do game development with Phaser. Phaser game development is really fun, by the way. And so we went on to do Phaser game development. But if we did, and then the people that did Python usually went on to do operations stuff. So they would go on to do, systems operations and or whatever, machine learning. We didn't have Go at the time, but Go was kind of after that. In fact, the way we used to have it, it would go beginner boost, fundamentals, and then it would go Python or web. And then after that, it was Go. And then after that, it was Pro, which was home lab init. I mean, so we would help them do their own thing. SSH client on JS? No. We would never do that. That doesn't make any sense. No. It says you can't. It was just learning how to code is what it was. But what I would do now, though, is if I had it over it again, I would do Python, Go, and JavaScript at the same time. We would do the same activities. SQL was a separate thing. It was a separate thing. I actually have kind of I have this here. This is something I did some time ago. This is kind of what I was trying to do if we were going to have multiple paths, right? Unix beginner boost, build the desktop PC, write your first programming in Python, start coding it for C, Go fundamentals, develop Go command line tools. This was some stuff that I was thinking about. But there's like way too much. SQL is actually, believe it or not, SQL is a very, it's a very specialized thing. You don't normally need it. I know that I'm just telling you, you normally don't need SQL. SQL is for a very, very specialized job description where you're doing back-end engineering or you're doing full stack and you're doing database integration. And that's a very specific part of applications development that's not really essential. I mean, it's only essential if you're doing full stack apps. I hate the term full stack, but if that's what you're doing. React had no idea what was going on. And made React make sense. Absolutely. I agree, Lip Lounge. That's a great idea. Yeah, I love Svelte. I'd like to pick up Svelte. I know Vue and a little bit of React. Go with SQL to anyway, yeah. The problem with SQL is it's a really big topic. Actually, SQL is a part of a data design and management, right? And data modeling. If you don't know how to, just learning SQL is horrible. You've got to know data modeling. You've got to know what domain modeling even means. You got to know what a relational database is. You got to know, yeah, you don't have to use fifth normal form, but you got to be able to weigh a data definition language versus migrations. It is a big deal. And it's a big data deal is what it is. And SQL is just one tiny piece of it. SQL, and whether you're going to use an ORM, whether you're going to even use a Redis key value store, picking the right data store, just like punting and using SQL for everything is a horrible mistake. You need, as an applications developer, you need to like really, I know this because I built the database that held terabytes of data for IBM for audit compliance. And we had to weigh We had lookup tables that were done in SQLite that we could then swap out really fast and everything, and that would front some of our other queries that would end up landing in DB2. And then we had a Postgres there. So I mean, it was a big deal. It's the only kind of data modeling that I know. Right. SQL queries are used everywhere. Yeah. Um, yeah. The point being though that just learning a language is like saying you want to learn how to use a claw hammer, right? It's the languages are a part. Learning how to program, learning how to design programs and write logic and interface with the system, that is a broad skill. That's why programming, polyglot programming, that's what its goal is, introducing to the discipline of programming. But that's why it says programming and not development, by the way, even though it's under the dev category, right? Because development is a much larger, that's like a huge umbrella. And that includes everything I just said about making solid data design decisions. And that's why software engineers, at that point it becomes engineering, right? Because you're making, or architects and engineering, because you're not just writing out code that somebody told you to write. Here's the inputs, here's the outputs I want. It's like, how do I best deploy this system, right? And not only that, what kind of infrastructure is going to host it and where's it going to run and everything. Those are huge decisions that at that point kind of start qualifying for engineering, right? Software engineering or architecture. So yeah, the title says SSH client because I haven't swapped out yet. I haven't changed it yet. I'm about to sign off. Building project using these tools is how one learns them. Yes. MongoDB, but SQL is essentially for maintaining backend systems. Absolutely. Look, if you're going to be a developer, you got to know SQL. Period. Right. On JS, no. I was just talking about JavaScript because somebody asked a question about what they should learn and everything, and that got me. I pulled up the Zero to Hero after that point. It's like, what are we gonna to teach? So that's, yeah. I'm kind of done with that topic right now. We're gonna pick it up again tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna pick up the SSH thing again, and then this weekend I have a lot to do, including picking up. I'm gonna make up a couple off days. I'm going to try to make up all the lost time for work, so I won't necessarily be streaming the whole thing. I feel really good now, so I think I can put a good solid 10, 12-hour days in on Saturday and Sunday and make up the time I lost on Monday and Tuesday. And without having to, short my employer or take some sick days. I'm going to try really hard to not have to take a sick day this week. Because when I take a sick day, I don't make any money. There's no sick days. Saturday is the TUI. Yeah. Well, we're gonna do terminal web browsing. Yeah. Ouch. Using the GPT and links and all that. Что будет делать? Сегодня или воскресенье? Или как сказать, Saturday забыл. Сегодня я буду танцевать. Это все. Я буду танцевать и что-то, я не знаю, что код. Я ничего не буду делать, имею в виду. Да, я уже очень много сделал сегодня. Попробовать захватить мир. Попробовать захватить мир. Mir is, do you mean peace or world? Try something, try to get some peace. Try to seize the world, try to take over the world. Захватить, хватить, to try to end the world. I'm still streaming to YouTube. Pinky in the Brain. Oh, yes, Pinky in the Brain. I love that you know that and that you're Russian. I really love that. Oh God, some things are international. Like Pinky and the Brain. So anyway, I don't know why that's all in this video. I told you at the beginning it was going to be all over the place. So is that what influences of them? I actually, true story. I stayed with these absolutely out of this world artists. They were at the conservatory in St. Petersburg. Students. It was a family. It was two girls and their mom, and they put me up while I was living there. It was all arranged for me. I didn't have a choice. They actually put me in their best room and everything. It was really funny. Um, when I was working over there, I actually lived there in St. Petersburg when I was a cruise director and a tour guide. I used to take Americans on tours through the Hermitage Museum, so I got to go to the Hermitage pretty much every day, every other day. I got kind of tired of it. I know that's strange to say, but I got tired of going through the Hermitage Museum. Oh, hey, look, here's a small painting. Oh, it says Da Vinci. No shit. Um, I mean, it was crazy. This is, you asked me about influence of Pinky and the Brain. So they had this big ass, TV that they would watch all the time. Every night I would come home, there would be this like super elegant orchestral music, piano or violin or viola, and they'd be playing. And all of a sudden, sometimes I would come home because I was tired, and I would see them. I'd be watching television. This is in the apartment complexes in St. Petersburg, Russian, not far from a street called Ulitsa Gagarina, which if you know Russia, when you go to St. Petersburg, you can go look it up. And I can tell you stories about almost getting mugged and everything. But anyway, so these extremely intelligent, genius women um, were obsessed with Santa Barbara. So, so, and I knew it because my sisters back in high school, this was in college, right? This is way after my college years, or in upper years of my college, and Santa Barbara. I mean, you guys know what it is. It's this soap opera, right? It's this really horrible, drawn out. This person sleeping with this person. Oh, this intrigue. Oh, and it's not like Pinky and the Brain at all. But the point of it is that these extremely intelligent women would be like glued to the screen watching these like 10-year-old episodes of American Santa Barbara, right? So I don't even know how they got licensed to even show it in Russia, but it was all in Russian. It was really funny because I was watching the same things, and I look over the shoulder with my sisters, and I'd be like, "Hey, that's." So I knew the characters, Mason and a bunch of others. And here's the best part. So they would say, one time we were there watching it together. I was watching Santa Barbara in Russian with these amazingly talented women, and they turned to me during the break, and they said, "Is it really like that in America? Is it really like that, Rob?" And I went, "No, no, it's nothing like that." They were so sad. They were sad. They were so fascinated, just like I was fascinated with, Russia and the East. They were fascinated with America, right? Because this is the first time an American soap opera had been on television in Russia, as far as I know. And so all of these people were absolutely fascinated by watching what life in America is actually like. Because we had been through perestroika, and now they could watch 10-year-old soap operas of Santa Barbara, which isn't even a really good soap opera. It wasn't a General Hospital and Luke dying, Luke and Laura and all that jazz, right? It was like bad, It was, they'd never seen anything like it, so they were totally addicted. They were totally addicted, and they're like, "Is it really like that? Is it really like that in America?" And I'm like, "No, it's not like that." Like, what do you mean? It's like, do you mean like, does everybody have a car or what? What are you asking? It was always so fun, and they just looked so disappointed. I would tell them, I was like, "No, it's not like that. It's not like Santa Barbara." Ходят слухи, что это сериал еще идет. It's even better as it is still on right now. My Russian friend says, "Yeah, and it's still on, actually. Это сериал еще идет." Хотят, да. You've heard talk that it's still going on. Хотят слушать. Хотят слушать, что это сериал еще идет. California makes us all look bad. I know. It's like, and they're still watching it, I know. Wait till they get a hold of like a Mexican soap opera. Oh my God! You want drama? The Spanish soap operas compared to like English speaking soap operas. Oh my God! I don't speak any Spanish, but it's like people are getting murdered all the time. It's crazy. I have a friend who was just obsessed. Her mom actually was just obsessed. She was absolutely obsessed with all the Mexican soap operas. They're just as bad. But I mean, you can make the case that the Defender series is a soap opera. That's why it's so good. It gets into the character creation more and stuff. That's really all soap operas are about. They're about character creation, and that way you like really bond to the characters. Uh, they voice over Argentina shows. Do they already? I bet they love it. Yeah. Anyway, I mean it was really funny because Pinky and the Brain, you just don't know how broad the influence of popular culture and media can be. It just when I was in Russia, it was during Russia hadn't been open very long. It was what 98 something like that, and no, it was earlier than that. It was 96, 4, 5, 6, something like that. Soap operas are just normalized cheating on SS. Yeah, I know. It's like it was fun. I never saw Dallas over there. God help them if they probably couldn't stomach Dallas. Dallas is just like blatant American capitalism. It's like celebrating, all the worst parts of capitalism. Dynasty, Dallas. God, the '80s were just so bad. They were so bad. It was just they were bad. They were really bad. I mean, every year's got its problems, but man, the '80s had great music and stuff. But when it came to money, I wanna get rich. Dun, 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 dun. Deep Space Nine was soapish. It was definitely. Yeah. Yep. So Star Trek was a little bit that way, but it had more action. So yeah, I'm trying to think of the other ones. But, oh, my wife's home. All right, time for me to go raid somebody. А еще, а еще я знаю, что у вас есть маска Fox Society. Да, у меня есть. А где ты видел? Где это? Видел где это? Где ты нашел? Ты нашел? Это в bathroom. Striker would be great. Striker hates me. I don't know why. He started hating me for some reason. I don't. I mean, I don't mind straight rating him, but look, people don't. Sure. I mean, we can rate him. Тио отел и говорил, они нас послушивают. Да, у меня там есть где-то. You have to massage his ego the right way. Dude, I gave him 10 subs and he didn't even notice it. And I was trying to be nice. And then he acknowledged that he noticed it, but didn't want to say anything later. And I was like, no. Just comes with being a C++ developer. I mean, I was trying to, everything, and he's like, oh yeah, whatever. Look, he's a good dude. I'm sure he's a good dude. Who else we got? Who else? Actually, my favorite thing is to raid people that are just starting to stream. So it's very sincerely my favorite thing to do, especially if I'm rating a software, and most of the time, monotone, no sense of humor. C++ devs, yeah. Yeah, I gave T-Soding, I gave T-Soding a 1,000-bit gift, and he didn't say anything. That's $15. He didn't even say anything. I said, thank you for putting up with this, because he was starting to get angry at everybody. And he just completely ignored it. I gave him $15. I gave him 1,000 bits. And he didn't say anything. And that smartphone. And say they are listening to us. Oh, yes. I did do that. I did. I did. I had a phone and not a smartphone. That was a long time ago, but yes, I did have that. I did, yes. Why is this not accessing anything? What's the problem now? Okay. Hey, YouTube. Bye, YouTube.